Hello, everybody. Welcome to the WRC channel and the Yukan Fuji Cup session 5. We're bringing you games 4 through 6 today. Every day, each team plays 3 games, unless they have a bye. So this is the second half of the 5th session. And it turns out I'm also watching us. And I heard my voice. There we go. Okay, we're all set. So today we'll be looking at Group 13. It'd be games 4 through 6 from the 5th session, but it's games 1 through 3 for the 5th session for these teams. It's me, Jenn from JPML, and I am joining Nathanael or Tateniu from who's an A-leaguer in the American Reach Mahjong League. You can listen to him almost every day on the ARML Twitch Twitch broadcasts.
I don't know about almost every day, but certainly every Wednesday.
It seems like it's a lot more than that.
That's true. We try to pack in as many as we can.
Yeah, and so it's extremely experienced and talented commentator. This is our second time commentating together, and the first time I was exhausted, but I got lots of sleep last night, so I'm excited to see if I do better or worse with sleep.
Yeah, we've got some exciting games today, so glad that we're all hyped up for it.
Yep, so Arthur or Corak will be joining us later. You'll get to hear the most expertist commentary from Arthur and Nathanael in the second game, and then I will jump in on the third game with Corak to wrap things up. And we also have a special report at the end of the broadcast from the WRC team. We played 3 games as well on Thursday. This broadcast is sponsored by the WRC World Reach Championship and USPML. The WRC is celebrating a 10-year anniversary this weekend, so lots of people are in Paris playing in that event. I looked at some posts from that. Apparently I think they're playing EMA rules, even though it's a WRC event.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but they did not have Kyriage Mangan, so I found that to be really interesting.
Yeah, I have not.
But it is a European event, so it could go either way, I suppose.
I've not heard any updates yet from that, but I'm really excited to hear things go.
Yeah, there's Mikoshiba, who was actually featured on one of the Yukan Fuji broadcasts previously. She is in attendance and tweeting, pretty much live tweeting, whenever she's not in a game. So it's been fun to watch her updates.
Awesome.
It's also sorry, go.
Oh, no, just awesome. I'll have to find her Twitter so I can follow along.
Yeah, we should probably list the Twitters somewhere, huh, of all of the players that we feature. I do have all the names of the players who will be playing today, but before we get to that, the U.S. Professional Mahjong League is also a sponsor of this broadcast and the WRC team in the Yukan Fuji Cup. It's in New York, Manhattan. They have a mahjong parlor, basically, mahjong studio called Sparrow's Nest, with tons of auto tables, slim scores and Rex 3 tables. You can rent for private games, or they have free play that you can go. And we're going to have the Mahjong Matsuri. Matsuri means festival. It's generally a summer festival, but you can have a Matsuri any time of the year, just more common in the summer. On October 15th, and I will be attending in Yukata.
And a lot of people are excited about that.
Yeah, Christine from Reach Nomi also. I'm not sure if she's told anyone this, but she will be also attending in Yukata.
Sweet.
We've got Yukata's all coordinated for both of us. It's going to be a really fun time. Reiwa Maji says that yes, there is the multi-roll. So is it the EMA rules? At the 11th place. Way to go. Okay.
Wow, 1222, impressive.
Yeah. And so the next WRC, the 10-year anniversary is happening in Paris right now, but the next world tournament, will be in Tokyo in 2025 in July. I've been to the venue. It's massive. It's going to be incredible. It's just like right in the middle of Tokyo as well, like walking distance from Tokyo Station. So right now everybody is working hard to qualify. I know that this month there's tons of tournaments for people to save up those ARA bucks. I think you will be attending one as well this weekend.
That's right. Upcoming.
Or next weekend?
Yeah, next week. there's going to be a tournament in Michigan, the largest tournament held in Michigan, I believe, and they usually have a very comfortable and fun vibe in the Midwest tournaments. I'm really looking forward to it.
There will also be I have donated, it hasn't gotten there yet, but I have donated one of my books as a prize for that tournament.
I heard about that. I said, if I don't win the tournament, at least let me win the book. I don't know how they're
Yeah, I
giving that
don't know.
away, but
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna distribute it, but I'll be sending it with Eric, I think, on the plane, so we'll get there in time since I'm arriving in New York on Monday. And the books are there waiting for me, so I can sign them and send them off to all the clubs who made orders. Yeah, so also the Mahjong Matsuri, everybody who plays in that will get a book as well. And the one thing that we have for the Mahjong Matsuri that I'm actually kind of excited about, I got this gacha capsule machine. Like
Ooh.
it's a little toy one. It can fit like, 20 capsules in it. And so we have tokens for everybody who comes. And I think we're going to sell tokens at Comic-Con as well.
Mm.
So it's like all these little Mahjong trinkets that you get in the capsule machines. Every time I see one, I just like buy a ton. And I'm bringing them all to New York.
Jenn's import
So,
service.
yeah, it's gonna be I think that's gonna be, I don't know, I'm excited about that.
I
I
know
think people like
people
those
enjoy
gacha
that.
things.
Yeah.
But this tournament that we have today that we're going to be covering is the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League, made up of 64 teams. Each team, except one, I think, has 3 players. You can have a maximum of 3 players. Some teams only have 2 players. They're split up into 16 groups of 4 teams each. So each group is trying to get the first place spot in their group, and the first place teams will all advance to the playoffs and play off against each other. I think there's going to be some extra spots. They're going to be joined up with the Orb League. The Tokyo is the Scepter League, and the Western Japan is the Orb League. That's spread out spread out throughout Nagoya. I think they have Nagoya, or it's Chubu, like middle of the country, and Osaka and Fukuoka. So they don't actually all join together in one venue. Each region plays their own sessions separately. So their schedule is kind of spread out, and they stream on a different channel, so we don't actually cover their games, but maybe someday.
Yes.
So each team plays 10 sessions. Yeah, each team plays 10 sessions, so each player can essentially play 10 games, since we play 3 games each session. To qualify for the individual finals, you have to play 10 games, but if you're not going to make it, then you don't have to play all 10 games, so you can transfer some of your games to another player on your team if they have a better chance of making the individual finals. And I guess, like, technically one player could play all 30 games. But generally they try to split it up at least at the beginning and see if their team will have a shot, and then if individuals will have a shot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So today we are covering Group 13. And the 4 teams are Mahjong Sakae Matsudo. Sakae is a Mahjong parlor chain. They are located pretty much all over the world, I think. So this is the Matsudo branch. And Mahjong Endorphin is a 3-player parlor in Suidobashi. Suidobashi is right by Tokyo Dome. I haven't been there yet, but I kind of want to go. I want to play Samba, so we'll see. I might, now that I know about it, I actually didn't know about it. So maybe I'll stop by there. It's pretty interesting name too, Endorphin. And Trinity is a healthy, we say healthy mahjong. Kenko mahjong means no smoking, no gambling, and no drinking. That's in Ueno. And Shinjuku Ferry was basically the first non-smoking parlor, I think, in Japan, owned by Yoko Watanabe, who is an extremely senior player senior as in ability and experience as a professional mahjong player in the Saikouisen Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. She's known as Yoko Kaicho. Kaicho means like chairman, chairperson. She's not like the president of the league, but she is so respected and so.
She's the boss.
She's been in the industry so long. Yeah, she's the boss. I
Awesome.
worked with her at Summer Sonic, which is a music festival,
Hmm.
a summer music festival that had mahjong tables for some reason. I usually worked the midnight shift, so she always called me up to work there. That was really fun.
Awesome. It sounds like a couple places I'd like to visit.
Yeah, she won't be playing today. She's let her two teammates have the spotlight for the broadcast tables, but she is definitely worth mentioning.
Very good. Well, let's go ahead and take a peek then at the players for the first game of the evening, and definitely a great lineup.
Yeah, so we'll start off. The first dealer will be Yuka Endo, member of RMU. A lot of the RMU pros are pretty new. RMU started out much, much smaller and it's been growing lately, so I don't have a ton of information, but we do have some that we'll share during the game. The South seat is probably the person that people are most excited to watch today, Akina Mizuhara. She is an M League member and also a member of the Saikouisen Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. Suzaku is playing in the West seat for Sakae, and Teika Minami, a member of the Japan Professional Mahjong League, will be playing for Fairy.
Yeah, I can't wait to learn more about these players as the game goes on. But let's hop right in.
All right.
It's always interesting to see the uniforms present. This time around, Mizuhara not in her Pirates uniform.
Yeah, they have a Trinity uniform, actually, and I think the. Let me look at the color of the uniform.
White uniform.
Yeah, I think they each have a different color uniform,
Mm,
actually.
that's pretty cool. Same sponsors though.
Yeah, same team, and I think maybe they choose their favorite colors. I'm not sure.
Very good. Well, they're going to be off in East 1. And our first dealer, Mizuhara in the South seat. Door is the 1-mon. Suzaku in West seat. Already a really pretty looking set of tiles. And Minami in the North seat. A couple pairs, but definitely the hand that stood out to me the most was Suzaku's in the West seat. 2 Yakuhai pairs. And already a call straight into each on them.
I think we're gonna see some aggressive plays today.
Doro 1-mon, a terminal, always a little bit tricky to use. But when I see a Yakuhai call, a dragon call, I always get concerned that they could have a little bit of an easier time using a terminal Dora than the other players. So you always have to be careful about a Yakuhai call followed by a triplet of Dora or a pair of Dora.
Yeah, I think when you see an early value tile or Yakuhai call like that, then the general assumption that you work under is that they have two Dora in their hand.
Mm.
It's not always the case, but that's usually how people think of the hand.
Yeah,
Because
interesting.
especially in pro matches, a lot of people like to build value, so they won't necessarily call the Yakuhai with just 1,000 points right off the bat,
Right.
unless they're really fast, which Suzaku is this time. She's already Tenpai.
Very fast. Got the second dragon call already. Also, noticed an interesting move from Mizuhara early on, cutting away from the 1-so and soon to be 2-so instead of holding an Ishantan. Definitely looking for a little bit better weight than a Penchan waiting on the 3-so.
I think she had a lot of middle tiles, so it makes it a lot easier for things to stick to it and aim for a better weight.
Absolutely. The 4-tile shape in the Pinzu 5, 6, 7, 8, very strong in terms of the tiles it can accept, and also the 6-so, a central tile that can accept a lot of useful tiles. Anything from 4 through 8 will work. Of course, you ideally pull in the 5 or the 7. So here we could be Tenpai, but it would just be on a 3-so Penchan for Riichi Nomi. And she wasn't going to be satisfied with that anyway, but we do have the early Tsumo. Yakuhai. 500 points, 1,000 points from the dealer.
Yeah, I wonder if part of that call was it's not a big hand, but she knew she could call both and scare people into not discarding the red dragon, and it worked on Mizuhara as well because Mizuhara could have discarded the red dragon for a much wider hand, but held on to it with the white and the green dragon calls.
Statistically speaking, it feels like they shouldn't have it typically, but if they do, it's the worst possible outcome. So definitely have to play that cautiously.
Yeah, I think statistically they always have it when I try and discard it.
This is
And probably everybody else gets those statistics when they don't have it.
This is a nice looking hype by a lot of
Yeah,
Manzu sequence shapes or acceptance as well.
Yeah, all the blocks pretty much decided already.
And with 2 completed shapes as well, and acceptance of the Dora. Mizuhara, we finally get to look at her hypai. Ooh, Tateniu type blocks. Pretty fast as well. We'll see if Suzaku can come back with a second straight win, but triplet of the Green Dragon already for Minami means that she can also speed up her hand if she feels like it's time to bail out with speed and open. No door yet. I don't think a single player has drawn it. Everyone can accept it easily except for Minami.
The dealer Mizuhara, as we mentioned, a member of the M League U-NEXT Pirates team. She also won the second Princess League competition and helped her M League team win in 2019 and 2023. They won the whole M League.
Yeah, definitely one of the fan favorites from M League. I actually, first, I think, oh wow, great 8-mon draw straight into Ishanten. But I first sort of learned about her from the Kizuna Cup, which happened a few years ago. It was an online tournament where the prize was an auto table and anyone could participate in it. So I actually almost made the cut to play against the pros in the top 32, but fell a little bit short, and she won the tournament. She won the auto table.
Wow. That is one of her titles that I did not have in the list here on her bio sheet.
Oh, 3-mon draw. That's going to be a Riichi Pinfu. Waiting the 3-6, so I believe.
And she does not wait for the Dora upgrade. Just pushes straight into reach.
Yeah, who knows how long you'll be waiting. It would be an excellent tile, not just for the value, but also the slight weight improvement. You get 369 instead, but Mizuhara is not going to let this go. Going to jam the 5-pin. Tempai for Tateniu, potentially Dora 1 as well. There is a funny world where she draws 6-0 or 7-0 and has a chance at Sun Uncle as well, but I think she would just stick with the weight at hand.
It might end up being a tough decision. I don't think either of those are safe to the dealer. Obviously, one of them is a winning tile, but I don't think 7 looks safe as well. Oh wait, 7 was just discarded, so now it would be okay.
That's true.
In fact, if she draws a 6, she might do that just because the 7 was discarded.
That's a good point. I mean, you get a worse weight, but a safe entry. You get to keep your Tempai without risking anything. And tiles around the Dora are scary, even though the 7-so came out. Mizuhara trying to defend her dealership. Everyone else trying to get out. Suzaku bailing away. Minami has already discarded Green Dragon, so unless this turns into pairs, looks like it's going to be a fold.
Yeah, Minami was out at the from the beginning. She just started with the Green Dragon. She said, I have 3 tiles that are going to pass, and that's what they will do.
Really, a big question then is where is the 8-so? I don't think we've seen any yet. I believe
Mizuhara basically has double sumo at this point, since Endo can't change anything in her hand. She'll have to discard everything, but she gets her winner first.
Ichitsumo Pinfu.
And no Ura Dora, just misses the Ura.
713. No Uda is a little unfortunate there, but no terribly expensive hands. That'll be just fine for Endo taking the slight lead.
And Suzaku will be our dealer. She's from the Japan Professional Mahjong Association. She formerly worked as a nutritionist for a daycare. So daycares in Japan actually have like cafeterias, and they have nutritionists that make full menus every day. Really healthy menus and with a really large variety. So it's actually a really interesting job and demanding job as well. And she has given that up to be a professional mahjong player.
I found time for mahjong. Mahjong certainly rewarding in its own ways sometimes. Saipai, though, a lot of honor tiles for Mizuhara. Suzaku with a nice Tuso draw. This is pretty close to Tenpai already. Minami saddled with 3 pairs right now, but a pair of Dora, so definitely an opportunity for value. And Endo's had some consistently strong starts. We'll see if she can win this one as well.
Suzaku only learned how to play mahjong 2 years ago, so she's probably not very used to broadcast tables.
Yeah, I'm always interested every time we take a look at the games, the difference between the players who have had a lot of experience in front of a camera and players who are new to that sort of thing. Definitely.
I think we saw it. Yeah, it was really apparent in the last game of the last session of session 4 with Miyauchi Kozue and Yukiko Izumi. They just played so much faster. It was just like high-speed mahjong.
Wow.
Actually really difficult to follow as a commentator. Because this here they're playing pretty. I mean, it's a fine rhythm, but it's not. They're not playing particularly quickly at all.
That's another pair.
So the ones who are used to it.
Shanten, whenever I have sort of Chitoi hand 7 pairs, and I've got 2 pairs of the same tile, I always want to keep the one in the third suit. Pair of 6 mon, pair of 6 pin, pair of 6 o question mark.
Baby Sanshoku.
Exactly. She'll keep the honor tiles, the ones that are more likely to come out in the future. And though considering holding this block to support the Dora shape, you can drop something like the 1-mon and take a nice headless. But it gives up the Itsu route, though that's a little bit tricky to find anyway, since you'll probably be discarding Jiamen.
She decides to discard it, hoping the Dora will pair up, but probably ready to discard the Dora anyway if she makes it to Tenpai.
And we saw Mizuhara with, again, those honor pairs, hedging the Honitsu and Sozu, and also a Chanto type hand. But Honitsu definitely the value path. Oh, the East pair up just after it comes out. Do we cut away from the 9-mon and force Honitsu Chanta? Do we get a little bit greedier? We've already cut the South, so Shosushi is probably not going to happen.
She might be regretting that at this moment.
I guess stay flexible with a 7-so cut. Holding the 7-so can at least give you thoughts of 7 pairs.
Suzaku's Tenpai with Sanshoku.
Wow.
2, 3, 4 middleweight.
Best Sanshoku.
And Tanyo. Yeah. 2, 3, 4 is the best.
It is
Sanshoku.
Indeed. Unfortunately, the 3-pin is once cut and twice held. So it's a tough weight. And it's close to Dora, so not a tile that players are usually willing to discard. Wow! Pay draw. That's Ishanten for Mizuhara. She has 9-mon, 9-mon. Safety. This is the last 3-pin.
I think we'll definitely not see that come out.
Although that is a pair of Dora. If she gets Tenpai for Chitoi Dora too, it's pretty tempting. Definitely risky, very risky to cut the 3-pin though. Endo still holding out hope for the 1-pin draw up until this moment.
And gives it up.
Ah, 2-pin. Willing to play out the 4-mon.
I think a middle Suji. Oh, there's another triple.
We could have
Might be
bigger.
thinking about four concealed triples, possibly even at this point.
Suzaku would definitely be worth pushing, and then you don't even have to drop the 3-pin. Now, 2-pin's still a dangerous tile, but you'll definitely jam that if you get the Akuma Tenpai. Now, if you have the opportunity to call 6-pin or 6-0 or even the 1-pin, I'm sure the 1-pin would only be discarded by the Riichi player if they drew that, but would you call that for a Toi Toi Doi too? With potential
I think so,
Sadako
yeah.
fans?
Yeah. Yeah, I think with the Dora especially, you have to call that. It's a potential Hanemon. Guaranteed Mangon.
Mizuhara trusting the 2-pin Suji over the 3-mon.
And now that the 2-pin came out, then it will be much easier to go for that all triples hand. If she's able to call.
So there's, of course, the 9 Soda cut, but we lose the Chanta. Definitely worth it in terms of safety, though. Suzaku could only wait. Wait and see. Will that 3-pin come out? You can tell it's not going to. Another dangerous middle Sozu, especially with the 5-so Riichi tile. Strong cuts prior to the Riichi. 9-pin, 8-pin was a Tsumoki D, which was drawn and discarded immediately, but a strong 5-mon as well before the 5-so. Tiles around the Riichi, a little suspicious. She'll keep fighting though, 3-mon.
Yeah, she does have that pair of Wests that are completely safe, and is holding on to them for her own hand. So she's definitely not given up yet.
It gives Endo a couple of safe tiles. And 6-pin. Boy, these decisions
If
aren't
she
getting
can
any
discard
easier.
this, we'll see a pawn, but she cannot. And I don't think she has enough draws left, but it's kind of an all pairs hedge.
Right, I think
Maybe
that's
she
4
does. She only
pairs.
needs 2 more. Yeah. So just enough draws, so probably not going to happen, but she just hedges it just in case.
Yeah, it's worth keeping the option open, and now commit to the fold. It's interesting, though, to see just how long, just how many tiles she's willing to fight before giving up, finally. And notably, holding both the 6-so and the 6-pin, that would have been able to be called for Toi Toi Tenpai. Minami will be forced to just hold the no 10 and 1-player Tenpai. Suzaku collects the 3,000 points. We'll leave the stick in the middle. She'll get to repeat as the dealer.
Yeah, I mentioned she only started playing Mahjong 2 years ago. She also started working in a Mahjong parlor just 3 months after she learned the rules, which is daunting.
That seems quite impressive. Fast learner.
Many people don't even play in an actual parlor 3 months after learning the rules, but she was already working in one.
I can tell you, 3 months after I learned the rules, I was definitely nowhere close to being comfortable to play in a Mahjong parlor.
I can't remember how long. I mean, I think for me it was less than a year, but I went with a friend and I definitely was not ready to work there at all.
to pair up here. 3 pairs total. Oh, I'm cutting the 6 immediately. 6-0. What types of hands is that cut hedging? Perhaps Honitsu hedge or Chitoi, Toy, that sort of thing. Looks like we're
Yeah,
collecting Mansu.
possible. Yeah, possible half flush.
This hand, every time I look at it, it keeps getting shinier and shinier. 4 pairs, 2 Dora, Hatsu can be called, and here it is.
Yeah, Minami has extremely slow hand, but she gives Suzaku some speed. Also mentioned in the chat, Suzaku is one of the 4, they call them the 4 gods, the Shishin. Suzaku is the one known for speed, so generally a lot of calling and fast hands, not necessarily expensive hands. Mizuhara will also call the white dragon. Not sure if this Suzaku actually has that style, but certainly she does in this hand.
Straight into Shantan. Mizuhara trying to match speed, but the Tuso is immediately called. That means that the Honitsu will probably find it a little bit challenging now to catch up. Oh, that's a template, but we have to drop a door for it. Do you ever...
Dealer, she's willing to take that sacrifice.
Green Dragon, Dora 1, 2900, plus the Homba, plus the Riichi stick, so there's a little bit more that's going to be collected here.
Yeah, I think as dealer, your main goal is to remain dealer as long as possible. This hand wasn't going to be super expensive anyway, so having the faster hand that is more likely to win is definitely more valuable as dealer in this case.
Yeah, perhaps there's also some consideration that the Honitsu player might be holding the south, but it did come out quite quickly after. Still some options with that 9-pin pair. There might be a path later cutting the 3-mon or a Chanta, but the 3-mon would just deal in. And at this point, with a dealer with 2 calls, definitely, and also with the Dora cut, you definitely have to suspect their tempai.
Minami locks in the pair of 2s, leaving flexibility in the rest of the hand, and Endo gets another pair, 1 away now from all pairs hand. And Mizuhara is finally tempai. She was trying to keep up with Suzaku's speed, and she finally caught up.
9, so there. 3, 6-mon for Suzaku. Ooh, triplet that 9, so it's going to come out. And Mizuhara will take the win here. Just 1,000 points, but again, Homba and the Riichi stick will be a nice little bonus to the hand. And the game remains very competitive.
Yeah, she also ended the dealer's turn, kept the game moving, which is definitely a strategy when you have a cheap hand. Can go faster. Again, get a look at our commentator, the Japanese commentators. That was Yumi Uotani on the left, former member of Sega Sami M-League team.
I believe we'll be seeing her later this broadcast.
Yes, she'll be playing game 2.
All right, this high pie for Minami looks a little bit slow. A lot of those honor tiles that she's going to hold on to.
I think Suzaku might be looking at a flush in the next few draws. Mizuhara, a really slow hand there.
So we're going to play this standard hand. Look for the Riichi. There's maybe some thoughts of a 4-5-6 Sanchoku in the future, depending on what we draw, of course. Very standard hands all across the board, though.
I think Endo, after drawing that open-ended, she's not going to look for a flush anymore, so she's keeping the dots. More flexibility. Generally, if your shapes are poor in the other suits, it's a lot easier to go for a flush. But once you have open-ended is just so golden. You have to have a really big incentive to give up an open-ended weight for a flush.
Yeah, the tile acceptance of a two-sided shape is just so good. These draws continue to be strong for Mizuhara.
Yeah, she started out with a really slow hand, and she's just drawn everything perfectly. 3 draws to get a really nice looking hand.
2 away from Tenpai with nothing but diamond shapes. Also, Minami the dealer managed to pair up the East right after it came out. It always seems like that happens. Endo in the South seat picks up the South triplet. Second East comes out, and we'll see the call from dealer. East seat, East round. It's a lot of value, especially if you can fit a door into that hand, although 8-so currently not present.
Now she's 1 away with a perfect 1 away, actually.
Pretty much any call is going to be good for Minami.
There's that perfect 1 away shape. A lot of times we think about it as a peen food shape, but if you have a pair and then another pair that has an open-ended and 2-sided weight connected to it, that's also considered a perfect 1 away. The point is anything that makes you tenpai will leave you with an open-ended weight.
And that 8-so door draw gets shoved out immediately, so table on high alert.
It definitely makes Endo think also this sideway, and she gives up the floating 5 dot. And 10, 1 away from Mizuhara.
You have to decide between 7-8-8 and 3-3-4.
Yeah, I think she'll take the perfect 1 away as well. So probably be 7 dot where the 4 characters, and it's a 7.
And that's an interesting cut because if you do end up on the diamond final weight, 7-8 weighting 6-9 is usually pretty strong because 9s are hard to use versus a 2-5. But here she intentionally chooses the 2-5. Was that a Tateniu play?
I think, and I think also possibly because she has 4 of the 4 dots. So the 7 dot is going to be considered dangerous from her perspective. So if she can discard it earlier, she won't have to discard it at tenpai. It might have factored in. I'm not sure.
That's true, and no con from Endo.
Yeah, after the dealer discarded that Dora, probably the con. She was worried about conning and giving the dealer extra Dora.
But yeah, to your point about the 4 pins, I always feel a little nervous if I'm holding 4 tiles of a Suji, 3 of the 4 pins and a 7 pin, that somebody really desperately wants one of those tiles, and so if I drop it, I'll just deal in.
Yeah, when you're using all of those, it means the tiles in between them. When you're using 3, 4 or 5 of a single Suji sequence, it means the tiles in between them are probably used by other people, which means that your Suji, the ones you're holding, are going to be in high demand.
Looks like after the call, Endo wants nothing to do with the remainder of this hand.
No help for Suzaku. She remains 2 away.
Yeah, I can slide around with the north-north cut. Still try to make something happen. Pass tenpai for Mizuhara. Takes the Riichi, Dora 1.
Aiming for that 2-5. You're not going to see any 2s from Suzaku. You might see a 2-5 from Minami as dealer. I think she'd probably be willing to take that risk, but she doesn't have to because Mizuhara draws it herself and gets an Ura as well. Read Sumo Dora Ura, 2,000, 4,000.
Now the Ipatsu as well. On
Or
gone.
Ipatsuns.
And
Still
you're so
2,000,
sad as
4,000.
dealer. You've got, your Tempai for the continuance. And someone slams a Riichi, you take the fight, and they Patsumo. You have to pay 4,000 points.
Yeah, you have to pay double as dealer. Ouch.
I had
Let's see
Tempai
the rest of
first.
the players. Actually, on the right table there, you can see just Mio's arm from the WRC team on the very right edge of the screen. That's the group 16 table where WRC is playing.
Now we'll hear a report later on from Mio about how those games went. Looking forward to that. Okay, we shift into the South rounds. End of the first dealer will be the dealer once again. Nice Onko of the 3-pin. Mandora is acceptable to his hand, but currently not holding it. A lot of Sotiles for
Mizuhara
Mizuhara.
fills in a middleweight. Yeah, she's getting incredible draws, even though her her deal hands haven't been that great.
Potential Itsu here for Minami, the straight 1 through 9 in the Pinzu. Another Mon tile. Is it time to start thinking about Itsu? Our floating tiles are so good in the other suits. Well, at least the 6-pin. You've got some variety in the Sozu, so it looks like she'll continue to cut away from these honors.
Yeah, she does only have 3 pretty much decided blocks in the characters in the Manzu, so she's looking for other blocks, and just statistically, it's much easier to make something with the 8 and that 6.
And if you just continue to draw Monzu, Chinitsu is better than Honitsu anyway. Get the full flush for maximum value.
Absolutely. And if you discard the honor tiles earlier, then people aren't looking for a flush for your hand, so it'll be easier to call those tiles as well. We call it camouflage.
Yeah, certainly no information given away by those discards. Ooh, that's a nice 4. So draw. Approaching Tempai. This is also Ishanten for Minami. Still looking for 6-pin and 8-pin.
He discards a tile near one of her weights.
Yeah,
Possibly also trying to camouflage her final weight.
giving that door a chance. It'd be a shame to cut the 6-mon this early. Especially a central door that's so easy to connect to. Looking for a Tateniu shift for Suzaku. She can draw the 6-mon, but okay, here we go. Is this going to be the play to move us away from Itsu and towards Sanshoku? 4, 5, 6 sequence
And
in
it
each suit.
will. She has the open-ended and the potential Sanshoku, and the full straight weight would be a middle 8-dot weight, so also more efficient to take it this direction.
It's nice when the efficient play also has potential for value as well.
Yes.
Oh.
And she'll be 1 away. Possible Tanya if she draws the 2 or 5-dot. Won't get the Sanshoku in that case, but if she does get the 6-dot and makes the Sanshoku, she can discard the 7 bamboo to make her pair.
And Mizuhara making her move, 1-mon call. Definitely alerts the table. Ooh, that's normally an efficient shape, but we've dropped the 9 soul already. So we'd be potentially Furiten there. And they'll continue
Thanks for watching, Reiwa.
to hedge this door acceptance, but also she doesn't really want to drop the door because Mizuhara's called the 1-mon. It looks like she is actually aiming for the flush. And that shape's not good, but I think she might just keep it anyway because she really doesn't want to drop any more Monzu.
Yeah, she can still use it for sure. It's still definitely a fast way to tempai If she can draw. She still has some things she can work with.
Hmm.
Suzaku not sure what to do here. She has 3 of the 369 and 3 of the 4 of the 258, but not enough 147s in her bamboos. She gets rid of the 6.
Yeah, there's the 6-mon draw is so nice for her because she can aim for a 678 Sanchoku and have Tateniu and have that Dora, so might as well play in a way that allows you to get all that value. Another Monzu draw Ishantam.
An upgrade to an open-ended for Suzaku. Just one away.
Still would absolutely love the 7 so draw.
Tempai for Endo. Not a good weight, but she will turn it sideways and say reach.
Bravely taking this fight.
Trying to give Mizuhara some trouble.
Do you think
can aim for that flush, but I'm not going to give it too easily.
Do you think as non-dealer she'd be willing to take that Riichi, or is Riichi plus Dora good enough to take from any position, even with an awkward door indicator weight?
That's a really tough one. I think she might have thought a little bit longer. I think a lot of people still would reach there if they thought they could get Mizuhara off her hand. I guess it would also depend if Mizuhara was a dealer or not with her calls.
Right. There's the 6-mon draw. A little later than she would have preferred.
Nami could not get any of the tiles she was looking for. She stays one away, but discards a 7, giving her a little bit less efficiency.
At this rate, it will be Shinitsu if Mizuhara does complete the hand. So call now for Suzaku, who gave up the 5-pin already. Now seems to be forced into a defensive position. Dora. And that is the worst possible tile to have drawn in that Riichi position. Huge weight, huge value for Mizuhara. 2-mon, 4-mon, 5-mon, all win for 12,000 points.
Although the 5 is also Endo's winning tile, and if somebody does happen to deal out the 5, Endo will have the priority to win with that one. I don't see anybody discarding it, but in these rules, yeah, only one person can roll, so the leftmost player gets it.
But after drawing 2 Dora, this is back to a fightable hand.
There's just so few tiles left in the wall.
So 1 pin, I believe, passed already. We'll go with a 5-pin instead. We'll distemp by. Adamonzu. No, it's the West.
The top of the West does resemble the 1 and the 2 Manzu, and the 3 even.
9-mon. I don't think that can come out. That's Dora Tsuji. The 6-mon did clear already, though, but it could deal into a pair. Mizuhara's Jinitsu. 2-pin, that's not it.
This sort of efficient weight after you've called tiles for a full flush isn't all that common. You have to watch out for the poor weights too. For the middle tiles and the single tile weights. Because a lot of times when people are going for full flushes, they get desperate at the end.
What a scary tile to draw on Hote, 7-mon. But it passes. And she looks at the weight and says, thank goodness I did not draw the 2-mon. 5-mon I'm okay with, but the 2-mon would have dealt in.
She dodges a landmine there.
Does pick up 1,500 points along with Mizuhara for being Tempai at draw. And I don't know about you, but I always feel like those huge hands, those missed opportunities for Hanemon. I feel like I don't get very many of those, so fortunately Mizuhara was already in a very strong position, first place overall before that opportunity. But we've seen her draw very well over the course of this game, so perhaps she could just build another one. Wow, this is a
Yeah, I
great.
think there's a lot more hand building. There's been a slight shift to from away from hand building and more towards efficiency in the pro circuit lately. But there's still quite a bit more hand building, I think, than you see outside of the pro circuit. I think there's like cycles. There's a lot of efficiency talk outside of the circuit, but a lot of single tiles are kept to hedge really expensive hands longer than I think most people would keep them. So you'll see a lot of bigger hands.
Yeah, I think that's the play style that I appreciate is the play as efficiently as possible, but until you get that greedy option, then hold that greedy option because that could be the the absolute game changer.
Yeah, that's part of the what you were talking about, the four gods. So Suzaku is the fast, efficient hand and efficient play. I'm sorry, and lots of calling. The white dragon is the hand building and going for really a lot of Han, aiming for a lot of Han and a lot of value. The blue dragon uses just a lot of Dora and a lot of Ipatsu. And the green, the Gembu, it's like an ancient turtle, is the defensive style of play.
I think I used to play extremely turtle mode, but I've modified my playstyle in recent years.
I was always assigned by the AI or the games as a white dragon because of my Han count, and I always tended to build hands because I learned from Takeo Kojima books at first. So really going for a lot of value, but when you join Mahjong Fight Club as a pro, you don't get your automatic god because they also need some balance between the pros. So I was assigned as a blue dragon,
Okay.
even though I never get Uradora. I don't know who decided that.
You and me both. We're in the No Uda Club. Oh.
Turtle, but with the turrets attached on the back. I like that. In the chat.
Suzaku's hand has been very interesting in these early stages. It was pretty close to ready from the Hypai, from the initial draw, but there have been a lot of interesting choices to be made, and you see her spending a lot of time in these really challenging hand to play. Definitely tough to consider what you want to try to hedge. This is one away from Tempai now for Minami. And with a nice 7, so draw catching up as well. Mizuhara very tough. And if you draw 2 so or 5 so you're very happy, but until then, stuck with all these pairs.
Also, Endo, our dealer, is only 22, but she already has a 1-year-old child. So she's a hardworking mom and Mahjong pro. Originally from Miyagi Prefecture, which is also in Kyushu, and made her way to Tokyo.
Next generation of Mahjong players is going to be strong. Dora, that's awkward. What is the best way to hedge this door? Do we just confirm a pair? Or do we cut away from the 6-8 pin and go back a little bit? Or do we just cut the door immediately? Okay, she'll hedge the 7-pin draw for Tempai, but still wants to read the door a bit. I kind of like this. It's really greedy to cut away from the 6-8 pin. There are some situations where I don't mind doing that too, but the hand as is doesn't even necessarily have Tanya if you draw the one pin, so I like the idea of holding the door for some to give me a reason to fight with his hand.
Mm. Yeah, there's also been a shift to not reach to to do reach Nomi a lot less, and also even just reach Pinfu a lot less. It's been a strong teachings lately to build value before reaching.
Oh, there's the 7-pin draw. So that is tempt by a 1-4 pin if she chooses to give up the door here. I also have to consider her position. Currently last place, but with the rest of the South round to go, she will take this challenge. 4-pin sumo would be quite strong. Riichi Tsumo Tanyao. If she can get there. And now we see how the rest of the table reacts. Mizuhara has save, east cut. He shut then for 7 pairs.
Okay. Yeah, one important thing about this reach is she still does have a turn at dealer, so she's willing to reach with a possible lower value. If it was later in the game or she didn't have any dealer turns left, she would probably decide to keep the Dora and do something else with the hand.
Questions posed, more questions to Suzaku, who had such a great start, has been sitting Ishanten for a while, looking for Riichi Pinfu Dora 1. This middle mon tile, you know, does the Riichi with the 3 mon indicate that the 1 or 4 is any better? Because you still could be discarding the Dora for the better weight.
Yeah, I think that's really common. Pretty much any time, any Matagi Suji, we call this straddling Suji around the reach declaration tile is considered dangerous.
Mizuhara not
I think
afraid.
especially when it's the Dora.
Suzaku will back away now. I believe there was a Dama Tempai here. Oh, sorry, Ishanten now will slam the Riichi Endo Riichi Pinfu. Just missing out on the 678 Sanshoku.
Yeah, but fighting to keep her dealer turn.
It feels like as dealer, there's a lot more that you can fight with.
Tempai from Mizuhara, and she'll take the 8 dot weight.
Even against two Riichis, but there's the Tsumo. Each Tsumo, that would be great, but misses. And also got the Asame, the cheaper side.
2 Uradora in her discard.
That's so unfortunate. If only I had chosen a different pair. But still, that did pick up the extra Riichi stick from Endo, so a total of 3,000 points. And Tsumo will knock down the scores of the other players a little bit, so this should be right back in the mix. And again, as you mentioned, one more dealer turn for Minami. Now we'll have South
Mizuhara. Yeah, Mizuhara dealer again. Super strong player in M League. She was the MVP for 2021 for the whole M League, and also super strong player online. She's bounced between 7th and 9th dan on Tenho. So any Tenho players out there knows how strong that is.
It's one thing to hit the hole, the Phoenix room. It's another to just stay up there consistently. Very impressive.
Yeah, not just hitting it, going past. I think the hole is what, 7?
Yeah, 7 dan, but
7. Yeah,
making
and she
all
went all the way up to
9.
9.
Dora, one held here for Suzaku. A lot of work to do with these shapes, though. That 4 mon is a great pickup. One for Minami. Probably have to slam a Riichi to use it. Another slightly tricky hand for Mizuhara to play. Oh, maybe not for her to play, but for me to play, if I was in her shoes.
I'm gonna take a look at it.
Some awkward shapes. That 9 mon is huge. We don't have to worry about the pairs so much. Stuff that.
Yeah, she does have the 2, 3, 4, 5, which can be considered a double open-ended, and it's the poor way on the end of that string that's the hard thing to deal with. So she'll probably just wait to see if she gets any upgrades for that. I can see it right here, the 8, 9. But if she gets anything in the lower bamboos, then she'll have a pretty good weight to push with.
Absolutely. That really opens up the hand to being able to drop the 8, 9 versus one of the other pairs.
Please take this moment to subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and hit that thumbs up button. Really helps us out with the numbers, so we can keep bringing you this content.
Absolutely. A fourth pair here for Suzaku. And now she's going to cut away from the 9 still to start, but depending on the next draw, I believe there'll be a number of different options for her discard. It really depends on what her next helpful tile is. 8. So pickup. So she'll just hold this Ishanten. Confirm the blocks currently in hand. Waiting for the north wind, holding the 8, 8, 9 so shape. And also that other diamond block. So normally useful here, but you don't really want to give up the 6 Odora. This has the makings of a straight in the Monzu, looking for the 3 Mon.
And she will hedge it and discarding the middle 5. 1 bam triples up for Endo. She'll have to give up the Yankan. Yeah. Yeah, she was Ishanten, so she's got to decide if she wants to keep the triple or keep her double gut shot, the Yankan 2, 4, 6 shape.
Right. It feels like, but whatever it is, she doesn't want to drop the Dora. So, oh, it is the Dora. Wow, playing for maximum efficiency.
Yeah, I need 2, 3, 4 bamboos, or I think it was a 3, 4, 5, 6 of characters. Gives her Tenpai now.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. I think nothing could convince me to ever give up the Dora there. I might try the Tuso, even though it's certainly much less efficient. But maybe with the tight scoreline here, Endo values just being able to be Tenpai first.
I mean, I don't think it sacrifices that much efficiency. You can't have the 2, 3 weight in the end.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the 1-away efficiency, you still have 4, 5, 6. It's still the same number of tiles, I think. It's just the Tenpai, the possible Tenpai efficiency might be lower.
Slightly worse, potentially.
But I think I don't mind that, because she definitely needs some value.
Yeah, if we cut the 2, so I guess we lose the 3, but...
Right, but there are already 2s on the board, so she doesn't lose anything as far as that goes.
Yeah, pair.
I think when she discarded, there was at least 1 2 on the board already.
Very interesting. And, well, still Ishanten. You know, there's also a small chance that the hand can shift to 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku, which I certainly can appreciate. Oh, Tuso draw.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's super wide Ishanten. Although some of the draws involve... Tenpai draws involve cutting the Dora, which for the best end weight.
Yeah, there is a potential Sanshoku in Endo's hand, but I don't know, for me it doesn't seem likely enough to warrant discarding the Dora.
Yeah, even for me, even though it's the 2, 3, 4, I still...
There's a lot that has to happen to make that 2, 3, 4. Essentially makes the hand 1 more, instead of 1 away, it makes it 2 away.
Actually, that was an opportunity on the 5-pin draw to cut away from the 4-2. So, and then have slightly better shapes. But again, it gives up the Sanchoku anyway, so... A lot of hands that are so close to being ready, but cannot find that Tenpai draw. That is Ishanten. Pair acquired. We'll go ahead and discard the 3 so ahead of the safe red dragon.
Yeah, she doesn't want to give up her safe tile, so she doesn't feel dangerous yet, at least.
But that's a Tenpai, and Mizuhara will Hold the Damatem. Even as dealer not willing to slam Riichi Nomi with this few draws remaining.
Minami goes for the safe route. I'm not sure if she felt something with Mizuhara's last discard. Maybe she has a read on her. This is its tempai. I better back off.
Slightly better weight, and that will encourage a Riichi. We also get Sancho draw on the 5 pence, so a ton of value to be had here, even without any Dora. We saw an Ipatsumo before. Can we find it one more time?
I think there's still 5 in the wall.
Yeah,
We
I
see
know.
1 on the board.
1 in hand.
And I think nobody has 1 in hand. There, right there. There it is. Endo's hand.
3-mon. Should have one more draw.
That's one more draw,
chance.
yeah.
And that is not a tempai. Play the 3-mon.
This guy's safe. Yeah. The Dora. Not the Dora. I'm sorry, the Genbutsu to the Reach player, I think. Can't remember.
Still can call opponent to tempai. 6-pin will not be it. So close. 9-pin draw will also not be tempai, so just finding the safest tile here to the board. Looks like probably 8-pin, yes. 1 player tempai. Mizuhara will collect 3,000 points, leave a stick in the middle, and repeat as dealer. And that will extend her lead as well. Was already in first place with about 34,000 points, I believe. Memory serves correctly. And that's a net gain of 4,000 players on all... 4,000 points, rather, on all the players. Minus the Riichi stick.
See Mio's arm again in the side.
Go, Mio, go.
That's the Korean flag on her sleeve.
Nice collection of tiles here if you're trying to aim for a fast hand. Shapes could do with a little bit of improving, but there's such good acceptance for improved shapes that I'm not too worried about it.
Mizuhara also originally from Kyushu, Nagasaki Prefecture. I find a really good mix of people from different prefectures in Tokyo and in Yukan Fuji.
Doors seem to be pretty evenly spread around the table. Suzaku the only player that's missing one, I believe. These shapes are a little bit trickier for Minami to complete, though. A lot of middle weights. 2-4 Mizuhara has been drawing pretty well in the early go. Pulled an 8-mon pretty quickly. An aggressive move. Suzaku, early 2-pin call.
Really trying to live up to that Suzaku name. Suzaku is sometimes translated as phoenix, but it's actually, I think, a firebird. Not exactly a phoenix. A phoenix is, I think, fushincho, which is directly translated as bird that doesn't die, so immortal bird.
I see.
And the Suzaku is slightly a different... I mean, it's a similar sort of mythical animal, but I think firebird is a bit more correct.
Yeah, easy to understand the mistranslation, though. Looks like Suzuki aiming for that Pinzu Honitsu. Nice improvement there. Oh, wow. Great fill. She was holding the 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, so cut away from the 2 and pulled in the 7. I need that type of predictive abilities.
We call that sensu ga ii. Good sense. Endo fills in the side weight. And now Mizuhara has three-sided weight in two different suits.
Yeah, we'll just give away the 6-pin ahead of time, although that is in the Honitsu suit, so one more call for Suzaku.
She remains one away even after 3 calls.
I can think of a certain commentator that we'll be hearing from soon that would appreciate the current hand state for Suzaku. He loves to have 3 calls and 4 unique disconnected tiles.
It's a hobby of mine to count how many people are away after 2 or 3 calls. It's very rare you'll find me in a situation like that.
Yeah,
but...
in this case, at least she has a pair, so even stronger than Corak's typical. Oh, South once cut from the looks of things. Not going to risk that here. In 3 calls, you might expect it to be Tenpai already. And that would be double South as well for Suzaku. It's a guaranteed Mongon if that deals into a triplet.
I think it's there are very few players who could read that this is not Tenpai after 3 calls. I can think of maybe 1 or 2 M-Leaguers who can actually read that, but maybe 3. Maybe 3 M-Leaguers who could read that.
Well, Mizuhara definitely playing with no fear. 3-pin jam. Interestingly, could have been called into Tenpai, but that is a very weak Tenpai. Harakatanki. Is that... It seems like it would be pretty uncommon to see.
Uncommon, but not unheard of.
Mm.
And Minami is out of the hand.
And Mizuhara still fighting, though. Feels like with Mizuhara's Ishanten, right? It's so wide. I'm amazed it hasn't found Tenpai yet.
And look at this shape, the 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 8, which she will take Tenpai with for open-ended, but that open-ended kanchan weight is something that a lot of beginning players miss out on. A lot of people discard the 8 much earlier, even though the 7 fills it in to complete the shapes.
Yeah, it was the 3, 4. Was that 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 8?
Right.
So if you take out the 3, 4, 5, then it leaves remaining shape.
Yeah, it's a 4, 6, 8 shape.
Reveals the acceptance of the 7.
Right.
Looks like
It's a big theme in a lot of Mahjong books.
Mm.
I've read it in at least 2 books written by M-Leaguers. And so I also included it in my own book.
Oh, Tenpai 4, Mizuhara. She's willing to jam. Now to decide the weight.
She's gonna have a 3-sided open-ended, the 3, 6, 9 weight, or the 8 bamboo and red dragon weight. And she picks the more efficient 3-sided weight.
Suzaku,
Suzaku
after those early calls, now defending from 4 tiles. It's a challenging task, but she's looks to be doing so comfortably here.
Easier to fold with only 4 tiles than it is after a reach.
I guess with fewer tiles in your hand, it's almost easier. There's fewer decisions to make. With this Tenpai.
And Tenpai.
Somehow we found a way. 2, so 5, so not found. 3, 6, 9, also missing. 7 pin. Pins were all passing.
What?
After Suzaku started folding, Minami actually ended up being able to play the hand a little bit, but not enough time to get to Tenpai, and it will be 2 players at...
3 players.
Oh, you're right, 3 players. Yeah, kind of impressive that Suzaku managed to get all her way We're back to Tenpai after breaking everything. I don't think there was a single tile from that original
No,
original Ishanten by the end of things.
not at all, and no Yaku, but I think, yeah, she only called dots, so she did not have a Yaku. But you don't need a Yaku to have Tenpai at the end of the hand.
Certainly well played. And Mizuhara will have the dealership one more time, up to 35,000 points now. 3 Riichi sticks in the middle, so speed might be at a premium.
Guards the round win, and then south, which is pawned immediately by Suzaku, for whom it's a double wind.
Seems to be a consistent theme. Not bad shapes, though, for Minami. No one really with the Yakuhai calls outside of Suzaku. Oh, another great draw. This might be Minami's turn. Endo collecting a lot of Mon tiles, but still nothing to convince us to move into some type of flush just yet. June pair up for Mizuhara might be able to give her a little bit more speed, though. Oh, and a Kanchan fill. These draws have been amazing. Minami's hand now extremely stable.
One skill you can't teach, how to draw the perfect tiles for your hand.
Yeah, if someone had the secret, if they could offer lessons, they'd be so wealthy. There'd be players all around the world who would.
Absolutely.
All for the 9 pins is kind of awkward in this situation, especially since we have the 6 pins. Sorry, we're looking at the Manzu. 6 Mon as well in hand. It's a little tricky to use all of those. But we're not going to see a con just yet.
Kind of thinking about efficiency for this hand, I think. Does not hedge the all pairs hand. Wait, did she call?
Yeah, Suzaku here with the south call.
Oh no, Suzaku called.
3 pin, that's a good tile. But we're going to have to make some sacrifices now. Up to this point, we were pretty comfortable discarding just about anything without losing too much. The 4 Mon is the play. Do we hedge the 6 Mon here? It is a Dora, so I guess the answer is going to be yes.
Yeah, I think locking in that 7 bamboo pair, it's really awkward to make the pair in the Manzu this shape. So I think it's a good move.
Now we've got the 5 Sudra, so Diankan shape in the Sozu. Now, again, we have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, it's 6 blocks, and they're just not good shapes on the edges there.
Right, our Monzus is kind of acting like a pair, the 6 Mons, and then a Penchon, 8-9 Mon, and then a 9 Mon triplet. But we could sacrifice. Oh, we're gonna con! Now this is the exciting mahjong we came to see.
If you have too many blocks and you don't know what to do, just con.
Okay, so this means it'll be a little bit harder to use the Dora. But if we do draw the Dora, it's certainly not a problem. We could just cut away from the 6 Mon and find a pair elsewhere, especially given the fact that our other blocks are not terribly strong. We wouldn't mind pairing one of them up.
Mizuhara also too many blocks, trying to decide where to cut away from, and gets rid of the dot block.
At this point, Suzaku is pretty committed to this Dora, cutting away from the 2 Mon. Desperately in need of a 6 Mon, but that's the indicator, and Endo's holding 2 of them, so really challenging pool. Mizuhara with a final copy of the 6 months, so not available on the wall. Minami making her move, though, has transformed his hand into a Tanya with door 2.
One away for Endo, I think.
Yes. Yep. Oh, and that's a Chun draw. Ishanten also for Mizuhara.
Something interesting. None of the players on this table have had a first place this season, except for Mizuhara.
Well,
in the Yukan Fuji Cup.
Looking strong for a second, but Minami trying to collect these sticks. Now Tempai 2-5 so. That's the stronger side of the weight. Again, all those sticks in the middle.
Yeah.
3,600 to collect would be a huge pickup for Minami, even without the door she has in her hand, but with 3,900 to collect as well, could overtake Suzaku for second place.
So it makes the call. It's Tempai waiting for the 2-5 of Manzu characters. Has that hidden Yaku in her hand, the red dragon.
And so still looking for Tempai awkward shapes to fill. No surprise that the speedy open hands are Tempai first. Suzaku as well, looking for 3-6 mon. A pin can slide down with the 8-pin cut.
Yeah, it looks a little bit safer than the 5. Although neither of them look terribly dangerous.
No.
Cons!
We're gonna con. Nah, I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, we couldn't see the 5-dot pawn.
No Rinshan.
I knew it had been called from Mizuhara's discard, but I didn't see where it had gone.
7 mon draw is going to make it very tough for Endo to play. The new door indicator puts 2 more door into Mizuhara's hand, so all of a sudden that's expensive. And everyone's going to fight. There's so much to win here, but the 3 mon. That's going to deal in, and it's Suzaku who will take this one.
Double south.
I believe she had 2 4-mons as well.
Yep, she takes 8,000.
Plus 3
see
sticks,
the 10,000
plus 2
stick
hompa.
she gave. Yeah. She got the 10,000 stick and gave 2,000 change, so definitely a manga on there.
Yeah, this definitely was a huge chance at a turnaround for Minami in this game. Honestly, for all the players, this hand had so much at stake. And Suzaku comes out the big winner, and she'll get the dealership now. Very close race now for first. She has a slight edge by 400 points over Mizuhara.
Suzaku actually got her start with online play, playing on Mahjong Soul, but says she prefers Tenho now because she finds it easier to concentrate.
I can definitely appreciate that. Don't need a huge visual experience. I prefer a streamlined client myself. I just care about the Mahjong.
Yeah, I don't mind big performances for the Yakuman wins, but I'm not sure every hand needs them. I don't mind a little celebration with Yakuman.
For
End
sure.
zone dance.
But on Tenho, you get the gong.
Oh.
You get the Yakuman gong. I actually heard the Yakuman gong recently in one of my Armo games. My tournament as dealer Tsumoda Kokushi.
Oh, I thought it was going to be you.
No, it was.
Yeah, that's not it's not as happy of a story as I thought it was going to be.
Less celebratory. It's okay. I still had a very good session. Oh wow, this hand is getting a nice 3-sword pull. You can think about 2-4 Sanshoku.
Yeah, fills in the middle 3-weight.
We'll probably sacrifice it for the sake of efficiency, given that she is the dealer. But if you draw the 3-pin, all of a sudden things are looking very good. And now it's really interesting to play this hand in the in the south round with an East Dora. Mizuhara picks up one of the Dora. Oh, I think it's time to give up. You could play for Tanya. That might be a reason to convince you to go for the 2-3-4.
It's Tateniu and Sanshoku, while getting rid of the 2 and 4 is just going to be Pinfu, but possibly Tateniu. That's what she goes for.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think it is the normal play. Unless you're in a desperate situation where you really need the 2 Han from a closed Sanshoku, I think it's very normal to play for the wider weights. Do you think, say, Minami in 4th place, do you think she would have played the 7-8 mon?
It's hard to say since she still has a dealer turn.
That's a good point.
Some people like to create some momentum with just winning a hand and then hoping to rally that as a dealer turn. And some people actually believe in, the wind directions. So winning a hand could lead to more wins. So it really depends on that player's philosophy and how they... Maybe more than it should.
Perhaps. Well, Mizuhara certainly has some momentum by her on her side, rather, in this hand. Not only did she pair up the East Wind Dora, but also paired up the Red Dragon as well, so has a Yaku with which to call. And all of a sudden, this hand that was looking somewhat weak at the start has become more expensive. How does she do this?
It seems to be her theme for this, and Suzaku...
Little karakiri.
Okay.
Not taking the perfect Ishanten.
Mizuhara gets the pawn, 1 away, 2 away. 2 away.
Oh, she would have drawn it. I'm always so sad when I make a call from my left and then my play on my right instantly drops.
And they do it on purpose. I do it on purpose.
I'm like, yeah.
If I see you
You
call
see
the
this
tile
tile?
and I draw that same tile.
This would have been yours.
Yes. Sometimes you have to play the mental game as well.
That's interesting how the mental side of things can actually be relevant in Mahjong.
Keeps the 2 pairs and gets rid of the open-ended because she's already discarded the 9. So she wants to avoid free 10, and now Mizuhara is 1 away.
Suzaku's been here for a while, but cannot find that Tenpai draw. It's given time for Mizuhara to catch up. Endo as well.
Minami as well. And Minami too. Minami has been 1 away forever, it feels like.
Yeah, I guess at this point of the game, everyone's at the same stage. Where is my Tenpai? 2-mon doesn't do it. Minami certainly with slightly worse shapes. At least the 7-mon is the tricky spot in the hand, especially when 7-mon comes out from Endo. Is this a time where you want to Sakigiri? Or so we'll come out ahead of time. We lose a little efficiency, but just a little.
I'm not sure this late in the game we can still call it Sakigiri.
That's true. Oh, the East. If it comes out, Mizuhara can call it, but I don't think you really want to drop it at this stage. Oh, straight into Tenpai.
Oh, Tenpai. I want these draws.
I don't think
Suzaku makes a 3-sided weight.
but
she's pretty 10 on that side. Yeah.
I'll take it though.
Now just looking for a possible Tenpai without dealing in. Not so concerned about winning the hand.
That's a nice connection.
That would be, wider 1 away.
So decide between the 4-mon and the 7-mon now. 7-mon just came out on the left. Not too long ago, a couple turns. A lot of the 3 mons have come out from the right, though, making the 4 a little trickier to use. This could move us towards a Tonki weight. And cutting the 8 mon there is a pretty clear indication that Minami believes that... Oh, there's the 360, one of the two. And Mizuhara will pick up Yakuhai Dora 2.
It's just 5,200, but puts her well in the lead. F 3,900?
It looked like 39.
39, yeah.
And that was significant, though. Mizuhara was down by 400 points. Now has the lead going into all last.
I think that was the continuance that I saw the 200 for.
Oh, I see. 39 becomes 42.
Yeah, 42, not 52.
And now Minami, needs to be her comeback, but that is so many honor tiles. And I believe there's a pair of the north, a pair of the north, and a pair of the west. So the 2 non-value wins for Minami. Unfortunate. In that situation, she's going to play straightforward, Puln.
And go for the flush.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the higher ranking players in the American Riichi Mahjong League, and he was talking about this situation. And yeah, there's not much to do when you've got that spot if you don't have a good she's for a closed hand, so you might as well just call and go for Honitsu.
Yeah, especially as dealer, you need to get Tenpai no matter what.
We can dream, though. We can dream about pairing up the east and the south and maybe getting a little bit more. Ooh, that's a great 2-pin draw that allows us a very wide shape in the Pinzu. I almost got fooled by the door that shows up on our screen, thinking that was the indicator. No, 9-pin is the door itself, and that's why Suzaku is hedging this 9-pin for as long as possible. If she draws the 8-pin, then she can play the door successfully.
Yeah, she's just 3,500 away from first place, so 3,900 point hand will, from anywhere, put her into first place.
Door go a long way. 3-mon goes a long way to helping this hand complete. Ooh, Chun pickup as well. That's callable for Yaku. Endo slowly working that shape towards Ipeko.
I think Suzaku only needs 700, 1,300 to tie with first place.
If
she draws it.
And row 1, a couple players are very close, and of course, my eyes are really focused on Minami's hand. That hand could be so big. Borso has thoughts of Itsu, but the shapes aren't really there for it. We have too many blocks elsewhere.
And still has her eye on using that Dora as well.
Right, just too much to hedge here. Ooh, that's a door as well.
So Dora, but she can go for, all pairs. It's just one away from all pairs. So, yeah, discards the 8. Anything that pairs up will give her at least a 6,400 point Tenpai. She could reach for a potential honeymoon.
Three-pin, if you're hedging value, you could think about Sanchoku, but again, just the blocks aren't there since we've completed the 6, 7, 8, so, and that will give the chi as well. Or Ishantan.
Ishantan, but those Norths are pretty stuck in Endo's hand. I don't think they're coming out.
Right, she'd prefer the red dragon anyway, but that's once cut, only one remains in the wall. And it becomes more and more problematic, this Dora that is in Suzaku's hand, because say she draws the 5-pin, it may be Teppai, but she has to give up a Dora straight into Pinzu Onitsu.
Minami discards her first dot, putting everyone else on guard.
Overflow. I believe that she called a 2-3-4, called the 3-pin.
Yes, she did, but she hadn't discarded any dots, so it'd be easy to think that she wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, certainly would put me on guard. It's interesting, Honitsu without overflow may seem relatively safe, and then as time passes and the hand doesn't make changes or even starts to overflow a bit, you start to wonder, was my perception of that hand wrong? Maybe I should start folding. Lots of 3, 4, 5.
Yep, locks in the open-ended weight. Hand is really slow at this point. It looks good with the with all the connections, but very slow still. Already halfway through the hand.
Hit the 3rd row, so now I'm just worried about getting Teppai if I'm dealer. Not even necessarily winning the hand. That is an Ishanten for Mizuhara, and she can call, actually. Teppai. But not necessarily the one she wants. Hoping to draw a connector to that 7, rather than 9-pin. The gap for Endo to Suzaku is just under 20,000 points, so that hand doesn't quite have enough value to make up that gap. It's certainly not worth risking a Dora into. The 3-pin draw might make things a little bit exciting, though. We could Peiko as well. Triplet draws to be found, too. Getting close to the end, though. 3 so finally. And it's too late. She can't cut the 9-pin. Oh, and there's the 9-pin draw. Chitoi Teppai.
Mizuhara will call for Teppai. 3, 4, 5. Waiting for the 4 dot. She just finds Teppai every time. But Minami is not Teppai, so it looks unlikely that we will have a continuance.
Right, and depending on the draw, that 4-pin may even find its way out.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised she kept the 4 dot that long. Might have discarded it much earlier
This is
to
the last
make
draw.
it look like I was more ready.
And she'll find a save tile. As she is not Teppai. It is Teppai 4.
Everyone else is. And then it just puts salt in the wound for her last place.
Yeah, that was very relevant. If Suzaku was the only player Teppai, that would have been a placement shift. But in the end, first place will go to Mizuhara.
She gets the 40 extra points, 20 points for the Uma, 20 for the Oka. Suzaku in second place with plus 16.8. Endo in third place with minus 23.1. And Minami in last place with minus 44 even.
And there you have it. Mizuhara taking it away after game 1. It was very very interesting how consistently she managed to make strong shapes out of poor hypai, it looked like. The draws were very, very good, but the play was also quite streamlined.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely has a strong play. Although Emily uses red fives, I think that her experience in Emily has made her really strong in these sort of rules with the really high bonus for first place.
And Suzaku made things really close as well. Second place, very contentious at the end. Much more of an open play style than what we saw then, perhaps in some other divisions that we've seen.
Yeah, she really did try and fight for that first place. She was in first place for a little while there, and then lost it, and Mizuhara took it back.
I think the
But
two highlights for me from this game were the Riichi from Endo, the 5-mon Kanchan Riichi, holding the door 6-mon against Mizuhara's Honitsu, rather Chinitsu, that ended up finding 3-sided Tempai, went to a draw. That certainly was an exciting moment. Gutsy Riichi.
Yeah.
And then the other one was that South 3 hand, that critical hand where Suzaku managed to pull in the Mangan. Perhaps that was a South 2 repeat 3.
Right.
But the two cons seems like a rare occurrence. I haven't seen many cons in the Yukan Fuji Cup games.
Yeah, I think you'll see more closed cons, but closed cons are just harder to make than open cons, so you just end up seeing them less. You'll see very few open cons anywhere in professional play. I think it happens occasionally, but definitely not common.
But with 3 players, Tempai, it certainly was up for grabs, and the second con, giving 2 Dora to Suzaku, gave her a Mangan, gave her a chance to fight for first. In fact, had taken over first momentarily before Mizuhara closed it out.
Exactly. That was a huge win, that Mangan.
Well, certainly an exciting game, and we'll have a good one coming up for game 2 as well.
Right, but I'm going to hand the mic over to Corak. Before I leave, please like the stream. We could use a few more likes. Also, there is a link to the Mahjong Matsuri in the description. So if you're in New York or in the surrounding area even, I think one player is coming up from DC even for the Mahjong Matsuri. So if you can make it, then please come. If you're going to be at New York Comic Con, stop by the USPML booth. Say hi, maybe buy a book, buy some socks or keychains. I don't know, we'll have lots of merch there as well. And yep, those are my plugs. So I will welcome Corak and take it away.
Very good, Jenn. And yeah, Corak, looking forward to game 2.
Well, pretty tense there at the end. 3 players Tempai, so hopefully get a bunch of tense action up in this next game.
Absolutely, and it should be a very exciting crew for the next one. I do. Let me take a look here. If I've got the players, I do have the players coming up for the next game. So let's take a quick peek. All right, our first dealer for Team Endorphin, Asami Suzuki. And she is a professional player from Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. In the South seat, Sakura and I from Team Barry, JPML player. In the West seat, a player that a lot of M League fans will recognize, Yumi Uotani, a former Sega Sammy Phoenix player, also a JPML pro. So we're getting back-to-back M League games, star-studded cast here. In the North seat, Satone Nishizawa from Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. And after that first game, I know we saw Trinity had a bit of a lead that only got extended from Mizuhara's victory. So we'll see if Uotani can also extend the lead in game number 2, or if perhaps we can find a comeback from the other players. Any thoughts before we hop in?
Just you look at the resume of Uotani, and it's intimidating.
Yeah, she
With
has.
someone who's won the Mondo Cup 4 different times, won the JPML League 4 different times, NPM, Nihon Open, a few other ones. Of course, anytime you're facing Emily, that has a bit of an intimidation factor, but this is one of the best.
Absolutely. You know, also one of the first professional players that I watched. I remember watching commentary from Jenn, actually, and Garth, commentating game with Uotani in it, and as a result, Uotani became one of the first Mahjong professional players that I followed. So it was it'll be very exciting to now have the opportunity to cast a game with her in it alongside you. And without further ado, let's hop in.
Yeah, I see here on the list that Satone Nishizawa has a preferred hand of Pinfu, best Yaku. Can't really complain about that. It's one of those you go for every hand.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the other reason that's amazing is that you can also get Sanchoku with it.
Well, it's one of those you naturally build towards. If you're playing efficiency, you'll pick it up along the way. It's not worth as much as other Yaku, but it's old reliable. If you're playing proper Jog, you're picking it up a lot.
Yep, so it combines so well with just about anything that you're trying to do that it is certainly amazing. And they are off at a very fast clip here.
Yeah, a couple of Pinfu hands, potential Junshan shift. Of course, if you need to reorganize the tiles, this is the one that could be Junshan. But you have a whole bunch of Manzu tiles, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 9. So unlikely. You have a 6 there, also potential Junshan. Oh, the 6 moves you away from it. We have the North pair here, but other than that nice little Pinfu shape, we have a Chun pair, and maybe 5, 6, 7 Sanshku, maybe 6, 7, 8. And you know, I was saying that hand could be Junshan. That one so is going to tempt. You see the long decision, and there it goes.
Yeah, we can still work towards Junshan even without the one-so pair, but it does require drawing one mon. Of course, we certainly wouldn't hate to have some extra support for Ardora.
Yeah, it goes and cuts to 4. Wants to keep the 2 mon around. Anytime you have extra Dora, always nice to hold them, at least early. Pair up of the 8, so will allow callable hand. 8 pins a nice little fill there. And there goes the 7. Of course, if you draw the 1, then you can kind of just full out go for the Junshan. If not, you still have great shapes. Speaking of great shapes, this is a beautiful Ishan 10.
Nishizawa with a couple different Yakuhai to call. Haven't seen any of them discarded just yet. I think that was the first Northwind passed.
And the 7 pin's also a fill there, so that's Ishan 10 as well. Ooh, with that 4-mon, you also have potential Sun Anko route.
Yeah, some chance at really big value here, and I'm really curious to see if the second North comes out, if we'll see a call, or if she'll remain closed.
See the long pause here. Once Assange goes, like, okay, we need to get rid of that 3 now. Anytime you have a tile near Dora that's just not going to fit there, you generally want to get rid of it fairly early. Ooh, that's a little fill. Well, this is a question. How much do you like that Dora accepting shape, the 1-3-mon? And the answer is not giving it up completely, but probably giving it up with that 1 cut.
Right.
9 so discarded. Doesn't really do anything there. Similarly, the 2 so doesn't do too much. And a round of whiffs so far. There's the completed round. Everyone's just trying to get rid of those dangerous tiles because they're just not drawing anything to fill these last shapes. So this happens a lot. You get towards that 6, 7, 8 discard for everyone. Is everyone's close, but you need that 1 tile.
Right, early on, you have so many openings in your hand that it's easy to slot in various tiles, but as you get closer and closer to Tempai, the number of useful draws reduces, and so you get a lot of waiting rounds.
See the Ryokan acceptance there, and that is a Tempai. We'll go ahead and reach you waiting on 8 so. This is Riichi Dora 1.
Oh, that's so sneaky. The Shabo weight wasn't too bad, terminal Shabo, but after discarding an early 5-so, then 7-so, 9-so, waiting on the 8, I'd fall for that.
Well, the concern there, of course, is wait, why is the 7-9 still in the hand? So this can deal into Shampon. It is pretty sneaky, though.
Yeah, we do see a pair of 8-so held, but we'll see just for how long.
Well, this is another Tempai. This would be Riichi Nomi if it's taken.
5-so
Long
is safe
pause,
entry.
not thrilled with it. And it goes in Damas. There is no Yaku here. So we'll have to sumo to get anything. 4-pin, not really a fill, but it's safe against the Riichi, so out it goes. That's Tempai. Uh-oh. This feels like a deal in almost every time.
Good weight, 4-7 mon. Your dealer, you want to fight for this?
And the problem is your ways back into the hand are basically gone because you've cut the 607. So there's the deal in. It is Riichi Dora 1. Ura's a miss, so not that expensive, but always nice to win those Riichis. You see the 26 being exchanged.
Yeah, a good start for Uotani. I will have the dealership in East 2. Yeah.
That's one of those situations. There are bad deal ends and there are good deal ends. I think that's a Tempai you pretty much have to take. The 8-so can deal in. You're a little suspicious of why the 7-9 was there, but you just have to take the good weight to shut this down.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have a pair of the 8-so yourself, it deals into Shabo a lot less frequently.
Possible Itsu as a Dora. Speaking of Dora, ooh, nice shapes. I like that hand a lot. This one a little worse. Possible 1, 2, 3. Suzaku goes and gives up the 1 immediately. Just wants to play efficiently. 5-so kind of connects, but not really. You have a 1, 3, 5, and goes and cuts from the penchun first.
Yeah, I quite like this mon hand for Uotani.
Well, you want to hedge it towards Honitsu. In the Dora suit, you don't often have to think too much of value because eventually the Dora will help.
Yeah, the problem is the other suits aren't so bad, so I don't think we'll be able to fully commit to that. Even if we end up calling for just Chun Dora.
Oh, well, could be Toy even now with this draw, but I think you can even hedge the Honitsu. The 2-4-6-6 isn't that strong a shape.
Well, here's that Chun, and we will see the call. North immediately follows, so still hedging everything, but likely a fast hand.
Yeah, but the real question is going to be, does that 3-mon come out? It is Dora. They're just such an incentive if you can get anything to connect to it.
Right, we could easily see the 2-pin and 4-pin come out.
Of course, we have seen 1 East come out, so those are only one of those left.
None of these other hands are terribly sparkling just yet.
That's interesting. We see the 1-mon cut there from the penchun that would accept Dora. Just really doesn't like the shape.
Oh, that's a great fill. 2-way now.
Headless 2-away. There's another pair. It says 4 pairs. Potential Tanyao as well. Speaking of pairs you don't really want, I look at the 6-so and I'm a bit confused, and she looks confused too.
Yeah, this is a bit challenging. A lot of middle weights here in the Pinzu and the Sozu.
3-mon's another Dora. Forget Itsu. There's our value. Just have 2 of those.
Nishizawa has a good opportunity now. And a great 5-so draw. Okay, that helps improve the hand significantly.
Oh, just draw the last East yourself. This is now Ishan 10 for a possible Toy double East Yakuhai Dora 2.
Yeah, and notably, she had cut the 4-pin, 2-pin preemptively for the Hakus. She was definitely aiming for the Toy type hand, hedging Honitsu as well.
This 4-so, thinking about a while, it gives you a Peiko if you cut, say, the entire Pinzu block, but you could also go south-south. I think I like 7-pin.
Yeah.
You can hedge the 3, 4, 5 Sanshiku a bit longer, and you don't really want to cut all your safety. Does throw the 4-so back, though.
Oh, my.
Okay. Oh, well, that's just Tempai. And Dora comes out. Ooh, that is expensive.
Well, we're going to see a fight, though. Because Nishizawa, also sitting with 2 Dora, definitely wants to fight. door leaves the hand, though, the other players definitely take notice.
Well, especially comes out from dealers already called. Oh, well, there was the Honetsu.
Okay, this is Mongun anyway. That's a useful draw. 7-pin.
Yeah, you're a little scared of what you're gonna have to push here because dealer does look scary. Anytime you see Dora coming out from dealer like that, you get a little squeamish.
Uotani.
And Haku 6-pin. This Haku does not fit, but if Tempai is reached, it'll come out, and that's going to be an expensive deal in.
Well, speaking of Tempai, we are approaching this now. Ishanten.
One away, but no value. We'll need to accept a Dora anyway. Of course, we know the 3-mon is dead at this point.
A tough situation for Nishizawa, who definitely
6.
wants it.
You can go 9-8 and just accept the Tateniu here. That feels like the normal play. He goes ahead and cuts the 3. This does give backdoor Itsu routes.
Uotani playing the draw discard game from the south seat.
And just preemptively cuts the 3, so as a pair. Speaking of 3, so 3 of them out in a row.
Ooh, do we see a con?
We might see a con. It would tell the table you're a little closer to Tempai, but with the Dora having come out, it says why not? They already suspect it anyway.
3-pin, not a useful tile for Uotani, but it does increase the value of Nishizawa, who now has a Mongun. Guaranteed. If she can find Tempai.
Well, the problem is that Tempai will deal in.
Yes.
So actually does not want to find Tempai. Doesn't know it yet. A little suspicious at this point. You see one Haku, you go, someone else has to either be holding it as a safe tile or this exact situation. The open hand needs it.
Sumo
just Sumo.
Wow. And Nishizawa looks at that weight, says, thank goodness I did not draw Tempai, but we've got...
Yeah, Double East Chun Toy Toy. The Haku win would have been a Hanemon, as is to Mongun Sumo. Or wait, is that Sunanko? Yeah, that'd be Sunanko, wouldn't it?
She called just one time.
And it's Toy Toy, so yeah, that's Hanemon either way. One of those tricky ones a lot of people forget, including us apparently, that occasionally you do Onkon something, it still counts the closed set. You see the huge lead opened up.
And now Uotani will have her dealership as well.
Kind of a Pinshu shape, but you have double Penshaw, not ideal. This is, again, an ugly Pinfu hand. I'm very loose with say Pinfu, because that's just the standard default you were talking earlier. What do you go for when you don't know what you're doing? It's Pinfu. It'll push you that way every time. None of these hands are good. They're all really awkward. Shapes everywhere.
It's an opportunity to see the hand building at work. We saw that from Mizuhara in the last game.
And especially when you have a bad hand and you draw the single Dora, the incentive just sit there, wait for it. If it pairs up, you have something to play for. If it doesn't pair up, you don't care. You held it for whoever needed.
Yeah, that's 2 players now who are holding that Dora Singleton. Really tough to play around. And what, you can try to drop it early if your hand is close enough to Tempai with enough value worth fighting for, but that's not the case for either of these hands.
Well, the normal cut in online Mahjong tends to be between turns 4 and 7 because someone will have a good enough hand to say it's not worth it. But we look at these hands and no one really does.
Yeah, the potential Tempai for these hands is likely to be some type of just Riichi only. At that point, you'd almost prefer to just wait for the door to pair up in your own hand.
Form on a nice little fill. That is an Ishan 10, but with potential Itsu upgrades, having the 1 through 7 in hand already. So, kind of gives you a Sanjuku shift, and that's going to be the play here, but it's really difficult to get there. And, cuts the 6-so pair. Can't even potentially go Honetsu. We'll need a bunch more Manzu, though.
Yeah, an entire extra block in the Manzu, but there are some Mon draws that won't give you Tempai that allow you to hedge it.
Ooh, that's a nice draw. Gets the three-sided upgrade with potential Sanjuku. That 4-pin's a huge draw. That 4-pin's a bit of an upgrade, but not nearly the same extent. Plus, you have the 7-9, plus you have the door you're going to have to get rid of. So the hand's probably over. Ooh, 5's an awkward one, but definitely going for the Tanya. Can also call this down. And there we see the Ishan 10 with the potential Itsu as well.
Yeah, nice little hedge, cutting away from the 3 so ahead of time, just in case you draw that 8 Mon.
Kuso doesn't really do much. Out it goes. Now, Hatsu is a reasonable safe tile. You could cut the 4 Mon if you just want to sell it on the Itsu, and that's going to be the play here. Ooh, 5-pin's a great draw. There's the tune. Later than you'd expect. This may be one of those situations where everyone says, okay, it's out. Get rid of it right now. But not going to happen. Going to sit here and float. It just doesn't really like the rest of the hand.
Yeah, we saw one a little bit earlier from Uotani, but she definitely had a stronger hand. She didn't need to use the Dora.
You know, the 5, of course, you kind of wish you'd still have the 4, and we'll go ahead and hold on to this. It's a much more callable option, if nothing else. This could be the 7-9 for Tanya. Instead, cuts the 3-pin, try and shift this up a bit. There goes the Chundora.
For Uotani, the 5 certainly more flexible as an Ishanten than the 4 Mon was. You get slightly better draws into Tempai.
Well, there's Tempai. That's going to be a Riichi. Riichi Nomi on 8 Mon.
With all the Dora being discarded, all of a sudden, the other hand's not necessarily as scary, so Riichi Nomi okay.
Especially in Akinashi rule set. Anytime you know where the Dora is, it really helps you just to take even situations you wouldn't be that comfortable with, especially with this first place bonus. You need to win hands.
Speaking of winning hands, that's a Tempai.
Also a Tempai. Well, Dama here waiting on 3 Mon. Oh, there's the 8, but had cut away from the north pair. Would be Tempai, but had broken the pair, so not there.
Broke on the Hakuka draw.
Or is Nakasuji, but the 7 was the Riichi Ta. Goes and shoves it, stays Tempai. Still no Yaku. This is another one. Can cut the 8-4 here, but lots of different ways to keep this Ishan 10.
Yeah, the 8 so doesn't feel like it should be too bad here. And the 4 so also is somewhat pushable. Is it worth it here?
I feel the 8 so's fine. I see 3 of the 6s. The 7 was early. There isn't that much it deals into. You make a real decision on whether you push the 4, because the 1-4 Suji doesn't look great.
Yeah, if you've already decided that you're not willing to push the 4, then you might say, well, why take the risk on the 8? But in this case, the 8 looks so fine.
Well, now you don't have to push it. You can even cut the 3-4 pin if you want, but going with the 6-8 for a much better shape.
Yeah, now there's some actual value here, potential Ipeko as well. Although you did mention 6-0 has been cut a couple times, so options for that are a bit limited.
Just the long pause here. Does not like this Haku. I think that was the sticking point here, especially with this lead. Just didn't want to deal into the Haku, because anything that deals in gets really expensive.
Right, once the door come out, you got to look at other possible ways of getting value, and Yakuhai certainly is one of them. So Uotani backing away, willing to pass her dealership.
Ugh. And having already broken the Tempai, just not really thrilled with this. I'm kind of surprised 1 pin didn't come out, because that's safe here and allows you to get a lot more draws back into Tempai.
It looks like
4 so looks like ending this hand. And similarly, the 7 doesn't really do much. So it continues to fold. And hey, the Riichi is successful. That's best you could hope for. Riichi bad weight. Worth every bit as much as the Sumo. Of course, you lose the stick, but net 2,000 off of it.
Yeah, worth more than the hand itself. Assuming no Ura were found, no Tsumo. That will pass the dealership along to Nishizawa.
I mean, see, even in these situations, even with pros, they'll sometimes take the bad weight if they think everyone's going to fold, and it chased off that Itsu, which was going to be huge value.
Also, Uotani holding on the White Dragon. Maybe she knew that the White Dragon was Nishizawa's favorite tile. So that's a little too risky.
There, 3-pin fills in nicely. Ooh, that I want to go Horitsu with. I don't care what the Dora is. I want to go Horitsu when I see that. But it's a 5-so is the Dora. It's a very easy to use tile. Great, decent shapes here if you can get rid of all those otters, but there's so many to get rid of. Oh, and the age just makes that hand so cheap. Ugh.
Still, it's early days in the game. We can win a cheap hand and come back with more value later. And
Well, basically, you have to sit here, hedge the door, and pray to draw another one if you want any sort of value out of it.
Right. Still, Riichi with the Dora can be value producing.
Riichi Sumo Dora is pretty valuable by itself. And of course, Riichi Sumo Dora Ura is an expensive hand. There's your Mongon level.
Oh, that's the wrong pair.
But that's about the worst draw you can get. Might go with just the Riichi in the east.
In the meantime,
Remon's a huge fill.
Yeah, both hands progressing really nicely. Suzuki still struggling with his shapes. Hasn't really drawn very well in the early stage here.
Does a so tile, but not going to help. Ooh, 6. That's Ishunten. That is a super wide Ishunten.
I love the shape 33577 from Ishunten. Hate it from Tenpai.
Now this is, you want to cut the 5s though, because it's by far the most efficient, but it's Dora. There's just no value. So go ahead and throw the 8 back.
We barely get a chance to look at Uotani's hand, the speed at which he's playing it. But the hand's readily plays itself. Just looking for a 3-mon free peg, or if you can't find it, you could cut the 2-mon and the 1-mon and play your Pinfu.
Now there we see cutting the penchant, going in and floating the 8 so a bit.
Oh,
there's a 4. That's Tenpai.
Beautiful.
Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, possible Itsu.
As dealer.
3, 6, 9.
Oh,
well, that's Tenpai. There's a huge incentive to just chase here, especially in 4th place. And that's going to be it. This is not Pinfu, because East, and of course you have the Anko of the 5s. But we're going to see a call here. Try and just break the Ipatsu.
Breaks 2 Ipatsu. And it's a overlapping weights. One is 369, the other is just 69, so slight edge to the dealer.
We do see a 3 drawn, but it's the wrong one. 3 so now cleared.
It's interesting. I noticed
it's not Tenpai with that 9 so draw. Still fishing for a pair.
Both Nishizawa and Suzuki drawing with their left hands. Camera's accommodating that very well. Oh, Tsumo!
Oh, the expensive end! Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Itsu, Dora, Hanemon.
Big win for Nishizawa. 6,000
gonna jump into first place.
Plus the Honba as well. And suddenly this game's broken wide open.
We have 2 people that are near the top, and the other 2 are just kind of sitting there. And that's what's going to happen a lot of the time. If you just sumo the expensive end, you get those points really quickly.
Yeah, Uotani had that great start, but 18,000 sumo is a 24,000 like net gain on each player. So Nishizawa now with a big advantage. And especially after 2 players win big hands, the remaining 2 are in a really tough spot. You see 12,300 for Suzuki and 10,900 for Nai. They both will be looking for a monster hand of their own to come back into this game, and if not, it'll be a struggle for 3rd place.
Yeah, we see first place of almost 12,000 off of that. And, oh, that's already Ishunten.
Wow, West is the door. I think that was paired up. Or
Yeah,
Nishizawa.
Riichi Dora 2. You don't need anything else. But, of course, you fill that 7, so you have 3-sided Riichi Pinfu Dora 2.
Mm.
4-pin, a bit of an upgrade, but as we can tell, way behind in the hand. Another pair there with a 4, so also possibly Teika with a 4-4-5-5. Oh, well, now this is a decision. Can Dama here waiting on the 7? That's going to be the play. This is Sanshku Dora 2 waiting on 7, so.
12,000 points silently on turn 3.
Those are the ones you deal in, just look up and have a very sad look on your face.
What can you do? Now, if she draws, say, the 5 so, do you think she reaches that? Would you reach that, or would you continue with the Dama?
Oh, there's the 7 so.
Oh,
it doesn't really
doesn't
fit, but gonna hold on because it's a pretty good floater compared to the rest of this hand. Upgraded to a possible Ishunten for Riichi Pinfui Peiko. And trying, even considering breaking away from the Tempai here,
I think,
but
yeah,
doesn't
just
throw
decide
the
between
3.
the 3 and the 6.
Uh-oh. This feels like it might come out. There it is!
Oh, goodness. What can you do? It's just already there.
And look at that pawn. Why does 7 so deal into that?
Right?
You must have just had this amazing starting hand. I see that black stick popping over as well.
Yeah, big sumo followed by big hit, and Nishizawa in commanding lead in game number 2.
And sometimes you just wake up with the best hand. There's not much anyone else can do about it.
Yeah, as dealer, that's when you want your big hands to show up. You get the dealer bonus as well.
But still fairly early on in the game. But a big lead. Just need to protect it and not deal it, and hope no one else goes on some big dealer run. Has a couple Hatsu in this hand. Decent shapes, but not great ones. 5 mon is Dora. Kind of a messy Pinfu hand. Similarly, a messy Pinfu hand. Maybe 6, 7, 8 Sanshku or something on those lines later. And yeah, the shapes here aren't great. The question is, how aggressively do you want to call a hand like that? And especially as a pro sitting on a 24,000 lead, the answer is probably not much.
Right. Although there's the fact that this is a cumulative league, maybe you just want to run up your dealership as much as you can.
Well, you do want to. The question is, at what point do you think you're overexposing yourself and leading yourself to danger of potentially losing? Because we are talking pretty big Uma here.
Right. Yeah, it'll be very interesting if the Hatsu comes out to see if that gets passed. Slowly the hand improving.
Yeah, every one of those draws has helped. So it definitely, you can make a much stronger case for calling now because you actually have a viable way to finish the hand.
Dora 5 mon, though, is very easily usable by players around the table, and if you find yourself open, and then someone slams a Riichi...
Someone can reach you, and then you get very scared.
Yes.
Well, there's another pair at the 8, so possibly Peiko upgrade as well. Goes and cuts the 9, wants to be able to use the Dora. See another 9 mon come out, and a repeat of the 7 pin. Of course, when you see that 8, 9, 7, 7 pin in your pawn, you're sad anyway.
Well, we continue.
Speaking of pair-ups, we're now Ishunten for Chitoitsu. I think you just go for it now.
Yep.
If you get a shift tree on Peiko, then I guess you don't need the Dora. But other than that, you're just going Chitoitsu.
Chitoitsu Dora 2, pretty strong. You can slam a Riichi.
Oh, there's the Hatsu. Oh. Not called, but there's our reaches. Riichi, Chitoitsu, Dora 2.
I think this is the fastest.
Waiting on Dora.
The fastest I've ever seen a Chitoi get to Tempai from that hi-fi.
And that's why that Hatsu was not called. Says, okay, well, the hand didn't make it there. It was turn 7. So no reason to call. And now I have safety. Have fun.
Now, the Dora is never going to come out unless we have another player chase and get discarded after Riichi. So this means that you're basically guaranteed a Hanemon if you win, because you're going to Riichi, Tsumo, Chitoi, Dora 2, and you could even flip 2 Uda for a Baimon.
Yeah, that's the thing about Chitoitsu, is you never get Ura 1.
It's either 0 or more.
Yeah, 0, 2, or if there are some crazy cons in there, 4 or 6. But usually 0 or 2, and there's such a big difference between 12,000 and 16,000 with the scores like this. But bigger difference between 0 and 12,000. Got to get that winning tile first.
Right. Just looking around at the hands, I believe there is 1 5-mon drawn, so that leaves 2 in the wall.
4 so kind of fits in, but at the same time, not that interested to push.
Oh, second Dora. 1 remains.
Draws a Monzu, not the right one though.
Yeah, whenever I slam this Riichi, I always assume it will go to Ryukyoku. Tsumo is a pleasant surprise. Ron is a shock.
When someone deals into me on one of these, my immediate thought is, I can't wait until I see the log/VOD/whatever to figure out why that happened.
Usually there's a very good reason. Like,
Yes.
oh, they dropped Dora. What was going on? Suwanko Tepai. Makes sense.
5 so kind of connects possible Tanya shapes. Hasn't completely given up on this hand, but mostly folding.
Yeah, we're running out of draws as well. Lots of pairs for Nishizawa, which means that unless one of those becomes safe, you're just collecting dangerous tiles, and it's harder to have tiles to fold with. Well, at this point, she might just want to push. Tornador to Ishanta.
Yeah, there isn't too much information.
We'll just give it up. Gave it some thought. Gave it a try. So that, yeah, that's a little bit too far to push.
And oftentimes you can justify that maybe we'll get there later, but there just aren't enough draws to go later. Now that's an Ishan 10, but doesn't take it.
Last couple draws.
5's already been cut. You could probably push the 2, and that's going to be the play here. Of course, you know the Hatsu's safe from earlier. Ooh, 3 so interesting.
I believe
Kind
this...
of the same situation as last time.
Yeah, this is her last discard, I believe, so we've just got to pick the safest tile. Again, so many pairs, it's hard to pick one that passes.
Well, because you really want to push the 3 so, because you have these blockers, but then you see how much of the 3/6 Tsuji. I might even just shove the 5 so.
Yeah.
Alternatively, the cheap deal in is the 8-mon. It's not going to deal into too much that's expensive. Maybe an Arianman 5/5/6/7 shape.
Yes, they're swapping to the player cam. It is definitely a tough spot here. Anything but the 5.
And I don't think any world where the 5-mon's the cut. So this is one of those where you're going to laugh at it afterwards.
Right.
It's sweating so hard, it just didn't matter.
Okay, 3 so passes.
Does the 3 so. Breathes a sigh of relief on it, too.
And the hand is revealed. 5-mon.
And everyone is more than happy to pay 1,000 to get that out of there.
Right. A little accounting to be done, and then the dealership will pass forward.
Yeah, seeing some point exchanges. Because, of course, the shape of some of these sumos, people are running out of thousands.
I believe that was Nishizawa's dealership. South, East 4 just ended, so we'll be swapping to the south rounds back to Suzuki's dealership.
And take a nice view of the room. Remember, it's not just one table going on, although we are only broadcasting the one at the time.
Yeah, you'll be a fan of this. Suzuki's favorite tile is the green dragon.
Can't complain about that. I especially love when you see if my icon is the green dragon. Of course, as I always complain about, they're never green in sets, and that personally annoys me. I've seen a few sets with them, but they cost a lot more because they're just generally not mass produced that way. But we take a look and say, every single tile except that 6-pin is an odd number. I don't need to know anything else in the hand to know I hate it. And we have a couple honor pairs there. We see the tune doesn't get called. Yes, it does.
Okay. Uotani.
Also can accept the Dora. That 5/6, 4-pin is Dora. Possible 1-2-3 Sanshoku developing.
This is
Speaking of 1-2-3, fills in the 2.
Yeah, Suzuki's dealership. That's the closest competition to Uotani, so it makes sense for her to shut this down. Also, it has a backup Yakuhai pair in the south. So even if the value isn't too expensive here, just shutting down the dealership, moving the hand forward, ending the game, even in second is totally fine. But Uotani with
Well, you're
another
hoping
dealership.
to get a Dora and then just use some other pair, get the Yakuhai, the other Yakuhai and a Dora, and that's decent value.
It is.
Because the shapes aren't that great. I mean, you have Ryankan, but at the same time, you're going to be very awkward to play, especially that Ryankan. If you get the 2, then you get rid of that shape, and then you feel a lot better about it. But there's the 5 pull, and we have potential Sanjuku shift here, trying to hedge both Itsu and Sanjuku. Eventually says the Itsu needs to go. Out it goes.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get the Sanchoku, but there is a world where it happens, and so I definitely want to think about it.
And it goes and switch the safe tile. Stephenso doesn't do much immediately and goes and breaks the route to the 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
Well, there's the 6-mon.
Ooh, 6. That is Tempai. The question is, do you want to get super greedy and fish for the Sanshoku upgrade or just want to Riichi? You do also have the possible Dora acceptance as well, if you just Dama here, or even cut 5-so. But I think 3-so is the normal cut, whether you Dama or Riichi.
Yeah, so you cut the 3-so. 6-so draw can give you the Sanchoku chance.
And that's the play. Cuts it and Damas.
8-so for a good Tempai as well is also a strong upgrade.
And of course, if you draw a Dora, then it's good enough, at least for me. But gets the 1, which doesn't do much for the hands. Just going to throw it back. Have a 2-pair, can go Tanya, but the shapes are awful. The only redeeming value of this hand is you can use the 4-pin Dora twice, but the more I look at it, the more I just hate it. Yeah, throws the 3, says that's not going to sit around any longer.
At some point, you just have to give up and play it as like a defensive cheat toy.
Yeah, that's probably the route I'd move with it as well. Well, there's the 2-so, not the upgrade you were looking for, having cut the 3.
Another pair.
Well, speaking of Chitoitsu, getting closer, and there's the Chi, now Ishunten.
Still can use the south.
Oh no, there's the 1-2-3 of the pod. The Sanjuku is there.
And yet another pair.
Well, the question here is, do you cut the south now and go all out? Do you cut the 6-so? Do you cut the 3-mon? Goes and gives the Tanyao option. This is now Tempai.
Yeah.
This is what? South, Chun, and possible Dora.
Possible cheat toy Tanyao. And then, of course, as you mentioned, there's that Dora.
And as I said, that's when you just take the Riichi, but it deals in. It is the cheap end, of course.
Yakuhai. 2,000 points. Did miss out on the expensive side, but that was, totally fine for Uotani here.
Well, it's certainly better than if you'd taken the Riichi earlier, then you would have thrown the Dora.
That's right.
And, of course, lost the Riichi stick,
I mean,
if the hand had been played out as it was.
Yeah, there's the argument that early Riichi makes it harder for Uotani to find Tempai there. Perhaps gives you time for the 2-0, but I do kind of like making a value play when it's your last dealership and you have an opportunity. Now, since
it's always awkward in a game like this when you're sitting at this scoreline and you need to get first or at least second, and you're on your last viewership, but it's only South 1. It's really sad. You know you can't give it up because you just don't have that many more hands.
Yeah, South 1 in particular is a tough place to be the dealer. And since the Suzaku wasn't guaranteed, there is an argument to be made about just taking the Riichi immediately and aiming for the repeat. Try to find a more
I was
expensive hand in
fine
the
with
future.
that was played, and we see the
Absolutely.
Hatsu pawn there. And the calls begin. Now Ishanten. Shapes are kind of a mess. Shapes are also kind of a mess.
Wow.
And just draw 3, so easy game. Waiting on 2 5-pin. Already tempai.
Not the largest amount of value, but as dealer, gives you a chance to play again.
Now the problem is if you don't call those, the hand just usually doesn't finish. And we see Chun come out not called. In fact, just folding out from it. Figures the 2 call hand is probably either tempai or very close to it, and it definitely is. Ooh, can hedge Itsu, Sanshoku Tanya. Yeah, I like the 9. I don't think the Itsu's really there. I do think there rests a Sanshoku potentially, but it's most of the time just going to be the Tanya. 7-pin, not the right one. Of course, still waiting for that 2-5.
So filling out the Sozu a bit.
Yeah, having cut the Chun pair is just out at this point. Ooh, 3-pin. This is the route. The problem is that 9-pin in the discard could be very hard to go Sanshoku with this.
Yeah, 2-pin held by Suzuki. Not really allowing anything for the dealer here.
Yeah, and we see 3-pin come out. It's not called. Could have called for Tanya only.
There's a pretty big risk that dealer's holding a door pair, and then you're
You
dealing...
just don't want to find out.
Yeah, dealing's a lot more expensive at that point. It's pretty close. Four mon pairs, one above that 3-mon pair.
Well, speaking of Dora, that probably shuts this hand down.
I mean, it is...
Of course, if you draw around the door, you just reach it, regardless of what else happens.
Right? Kutsuki's not so bad.
If you draw on the other shape, you'll probably just fold it.
Yeah, I think Dora is never leaving this hand.
Well, never mind. There you go. Easy, Riichi.
Riichi,
Pinfu, Dora, possible Tanya, 1 Formon.
If you could find Atsumo here on the Takame 4-mon.
Of course, you see 3 of those outs in the hand.
Right.
And 2 more in this one. Draws a Monzu, but it's a 6, not the 1-4. And there's one of those outs.
These are just tiles being locked away. I can't imagine tiles near Dora coming out. At least not
This is always
willingly.
the issue with these calls. Even if you're good weight tempai, you're scared when some of Riichi's behind you. But as dealer, you don't really have a choice. You'd have to fight this down anyway, especially sitting there at 300 points.
Waiting lobby for 2-5-pin and 1-4-mon.
You see a bunch of both of these. There's the Sumo. Shuts down. Gets the Riichi stick as well.
Oh, it's a big relief for Dai, who was sitting tempai for so long. It was like turn 3 tempai. And all those tiles were held until the 5-pin. Gets a little Riichi stick bonus. And we'll find a repeat. Such an important hand for her to win.
Yeah, you can't give up that dealership in South 2. You're so far back, and that's going to close the gap a little bit, at least with 3rd place.
And Dora 2-mon.
Hand, though, not great. Maybe 5, 6, 7, or 79 Sanchiku eventually. This is much more a standard Pinfu hand. Bit ugly shapes, though, with like a Itsu shift in Manzu. Similarly, mediocre hand. And this at least has a Hatsu pair and can accept a Dora, but I don't like any of these hands.
Another hand building exercise, maximizing your draws and finding the right tiles. Tumon held once, but the rest are in the wall. Dora,
The
a
5
live
might going to
draw.
be held. Possible Honetsu shift later, has a bunch of other tiles to get rid of to get there. Three So Anko. Hand progressing, albeit slowly.
Yeah, 3 So Anko, a 3 Mon Anko in consecutive hands. And a 3 pin
Not
pair.
going to get the 3 pin, though, so. As we see 3 of them in other hands already.
Ooh.
Well, now you can even consider Toy Toy, and that's why the 8-mon cut, is just play efficiently and see if we get value in a bit.
Yeah, it might be time to sacrifice from this 258 shape.
That's one of my least favorite shapes, 258, because you know no matter what you discard, it's going to backfire. If you cut the 2, you're going to draw a 3. If you cut the 5, you're going to draw a 4 or a 6. If you cut the 8, you're going to draw a 7.
Yeah, usually you'll still cut the 2 or the 8 because there are fewer tiles that you really feel sad about.
Yeah,
but
fewer backfires, but you will
you know how
inevitably
Mahjong goes.
have some of those happen.
Well, this is 4 pairs now. Is that an
I
out
think
for
you
this
just
hand?
have to go for the Chitoitsu. I feel this is either 2-so or 5-pin.
Oh,
Goes
okay.
and cuts the 9. That almost feels like bailing on the hand completely, which I don't think is bad, but at the same time, I feel you can just shove some of those and keep your Chitoitsu route. The 9 cut there just ruins the hand.
Yeah, Chito is so slow. I think she's trying to accept as many tiles as possible for Riichi. Even Riichi Nomi. Bad weight doesn't matter. She just wants to get a dealer tempai.
Well, at the same time, I also don't mind just holding onto the 9 to be able to potentially call it. And even without a Yaku, you figure you want to get this dealer repeat in some way.
Well, this just about confirms the blocks now for...
Right, now the blocks are established. At the same time, the 5 just still hasn't done anything in that hand.
Now, Uotani is very close to slamming Riichi as well. Really
well, that's a fill. Gets the Dora. Of course, has too many pairs now. Because when you use a 1-2-3-3-3 shape, you don't want other pairs in the hand. Speaking of pairs,
Yeah,
you know what I'd like to have right now? A 9-pin.
This is where we backfire a little bit. Still opportunities for Tenpai. We've got the 2 pairs in the Manzu, so...
And again, just considering the situation, you probably want to try and call down for Tenpai, almost regardless of safety.
Speaking of calling it down, 2 Manchi. Tateniu attempt here.
Likes the rest of the shapes as well. There is a similar Chi going for the Hatsu Ishanten. Oh, there gets the 7 eventually.
All right, now a decision to be made. Probably just take
So's the normal cut. Does get there. But I feel you could have gotten there anyway without going like this. And now we have Tenpai waiting on that Hatsu. Oh, just gets the perfect draws. 3 in a row for a Riichi, Pinfu, possibly Peiko.
Another huge opportunity for Dai, and now Uotani has to consider whether this Tenpai is worth holding. 7-pin after 9-pin, 5-pin, 4-pin. Doesn't seem that bad.
Long pause here, eventually shoves it. This is waiting on... Oh, no, it's not. There we go. We see the cheat.
Yeah, waiting on the 4-so.
Oh, there's Dora. So that may be the end of this hand. Could also just go Hatsu Hatsu.
Yeah, that's not the tile we wanted to see.
I don't think you can shove that one.
She might be able to make a similar argument for the 8-pin.
That's going to be the play. Of course, you're kind of wondering why the Hatsu hasn't come out. Well, there's Tenpai. This is 3-sided if you push the 6.
2, 4, 5. Not willing to take that.
Nope.
Not even willing to hold the tempai.
Speaking of 8-pin, and this is a switch on the way to 5-so 8-mon.
At 8-mon, of course, also the weight for our dealer. In the case of a double roll, the dealer would take priority here.
Doesn't like the 4. We'll go ahead and shove the 1, though. There's a 5, and that's a fold. Does not like that 5-8 Tsuji.
That does well to get out of the way. And now it's just on nice draws.
Well, that is temptation to get back in, but throws the safe 5.
Forces that would have dealt in earlier no longer do.
And just doesn't like the Hatsu, doesn't like the 4, so this may even be 7-mon, but goes right and gets rid of the Hatsu. Figure it's probably someone else has 1 and was just holding it.
And that would make sense.
And when you don't see immediately someone else cut it, you go, wait, what?
Yeah.
Does the Riichi have 2 of them?
Right? Was there weight somewhere else? Well, there it was. Found it in the
And, oh, that's why. They're just dead-walled. Or deep-walled, rather.
Not tempai here. This is the last discard, so will be the safe 4-pin.
Would not have been tempa at 5-5-7
Right.
in Sozu. And there's the tempai. I see another Homba added, an extra 1,000 for everyone. Gets 2,000 off that hand. And we have another repeat.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about momentum. And now a couple small victories for the dealer. Not really the monster win yet. Sumo there would have been rather massive, but get another crack at it.
Now, that's the thing as dealer. You don't have to get the hand the first time. You don't have to get it the second time. If you get those repeats, eventually the wall should give you something. The question is, how long is eventually?
And will the wall give someone else something?
Possible 6-7 or 7-8-9 Sanshku there. Kind of a messy Pinfu hand. I don't know that. Yuck. I don't like some of these hands. That's a Pinfu. Dealer just feels like by far the best hand shape here. But at the same time, there's no value. Tunes the Dora. I just abandons the Sanshku. Look for the 6-7-8. You see all the messy honors. This hand just has no value. You have the Dora. If you compare the Dora up, then of course that's your value.
Yeah, last hand a couple layers with triplets of 3s. This hand, the triplets are happening in the 1s.
And the 8-pin is basically deciding to fold from the third discard. I don't even blame the decision with how bad the shapes are. You figure if you draw into something nice, maybe it pushes towards Honitsu, then we can play it. And if not, it's not worth playing in the first place.
Yeah, certainly understandable. With this
There's
margin
the Dora
to third.
cut. So the first one of the Doras come out, and now everyone's a little bit on edge because you figure, why did that come out this early? Usually that means someone has a very good hand.
Oh.
And the immediate backfire draws the one the next turn.
I feel that. You know, it's time. It's according to the efficiency. It's supposed to cut the Dora, and then immediately you draw the next one.
8, so pair up. Can't cut the 4 is the most efficient. Goes and throws the 8 anyway, considering the 4 has all sorts of upgrades. Well, this hand has a few pairs. Could go 2-4, could go 9-9, could go even go 7-pin if you don't like the Chitoitsu.
Oh, 2-4.
Goes 2-4.
You know, in the past, I've been playing for the maximum variety of tile acceptance, so I thought we might see the 7, but wow.
Oh, there's our Riichi. It is Riichi Nomi.
5-8
and
pin.
I believe 5-8 pin. Of course, we see 2 of the 8 in front of us and a third one here. And of course, we see a 5 in that discard pile. So this weight, not that good.
But we'll make the rest of the table sweat.
At the same time, there is a Riichi stick left over.
Dealer looks like they are
Pretty
just gonna
sure the
play hand.
graphics wrong there. There should be a Riichi stick in there.
Yeah, that's right. Dealer had Riichi with the Peiko chance in the last hand. Oh, the 7's back. We didn't want it the first time. We don't want it again.
Well, you're glad you cut the 7 because if you'd have drawn it there, you might have pushed the 8-9. And there's the 9. Definitely would incentivize you to push the 8 later.
Mm.
But still, we're looking at that 5-so or 8-so draw for potential Riichi Pinfu Peiko.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. You're facing an early Riichi and as dealer Ishantem in a spot where you must win. You just gotta put on a bread face and fight. 7-pin, 1-pin now, or 1-mon rather. The 3-pin, very close to that Riichi
It is
tile.
by the Riichi. Yeah, it's around the Riichi tile, but it's either this or just the 4-so.
It's not like the
I'm
4-so looks
trying to
amazing either.
decide. 4-so doesn't look that bad with the 3s, but it's not great. We see the 1 having been discarded. But the 3 is the normal cut here. Just doesn't want to do it. Knows it's the right play to just shove the 3 and just doesn't want to do it. And goes and cuts the 9. There are other routes in here, but it's really hard to get to Tempai.
All right, we're dancing around, hoping to draw something around that 3-pin. And you know, the gap has been reduced a bit. So only 1,800 points from 4th place to 3rd place. Maybe she doesn't need to take this hand if she's just playing for 3rd. And with a margin to 2nd, that's probably the best you can do. It's just really sad to give up your last dealership.
And there it does connect the 3. The problem is this is Furitone on the 4. Might be I would push the 2-so here, having seen a couple of the 3s. There is a way to just call this back in potentially, or take the Furitone, even a terrible choice.
Yeah, I think one of the Sotiles is coming out. Maybe, oh, okay, 7-pin.
So nope, just hard folds. Says, that's it, I had my fun, we're out of here.
All right, so committing to allowing the dealership to pass, and gonna see what happens in the final 2 hands, or final 2 dealerships. There's something to be said about when 1st place declares Riichi, but not just 1st place by a large margin declares Riichi. That puts themselves at a little bit of risks. They must have something worth taking that risk. Turns out it's Riichi Nomi.
What is enough? Well, just good weight is enough.
First Riichi, good weight.
There's our chase. This is a Riichi Pinfu waiting on 4-7 Mon.
And this is where the first Riichi starts to sweat. This is exactly the worst case scenario. Your competition chasing you.
You're hoping everyone just folds out. You don't have to worry about it. But a late chase especially, you get very scared. Did they just back into it? Or is this someone was just pushing and drew everything perfectly? But at the same time, it also puts a lot of pressure on the other 2 players who just wanted to fold out peacefully and were collecting safe tiles to the early Riichi hand and then go, uh-oh.
All of a sudden, you have to recompute what is safe. 3-mon is Suji to the 6s that have just come out, but no guarantee by any means.
Yeah, 2-so's not terrible either, but it's not ideal. Throws the 3. And we're going to see 2 players Tempai. You see the 15 handed over and the 5,000 they're going to need change for. Again, take a nice look at the room. At least 4 tables going on.
We've been spotting Mio from Team WRC at these tables. We'll actually hear from her later on after Game 3. Hear how her games went this session. Also take a peek at the standings overall for the division in which Team WRC is playing.
All right. Well, we have maybe an Itsu with all those Mon tiles, but it's only a 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So you need a 2, 3, and a 9. And we see the South call. Of course, that's a double South, I believe. Unless it came from the left.
Yeah, that looks like the guy who's called the South. So she's sitting in the North seat.
Yeah, so we'll just be the single Han.
But with all the sticks in the middle, it would be enough to
To overtake third, and that's really all you can play for at this point. You've both lost your last dealer turn. So you're just trying to get anything here. Salvage at least something. Minimize your losses. Gets a nice 6-mon pair up there. But the rest of the shapes leave a lot to be desired. Give him a Pinfu hand. We have 5 so, which fits in with the 2, 4, 6, 8. But that leaves a leftover 2 and 8 you're not thrilled with. 1 so, 1, 4, 7. I actually don't hate the 1, 4, 7 as much as the 2, 5, 8. I know I'm not supposed to, but it just feels like there's so many more things to connect that way.
At least you don't feel bad when you drop the 1 so.
Yeah, if you draw the 2, it's like, whatever. Even if we draw the 2, it's just as good. Now you can potentially get the Tateniu upgrade. I'm going to hold on to the South here as a potential con tile later, and if not, a safe tile if needed.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Oh, and that's Dama waiting on 3 so with no Yaku.
Wow. Seems almost too fast.
There's a fill, but still has that floating 4 so and 7 so. Doesn't have enough blocks yet. 4-pin extends the shape, and that's a much better Ishanten than the Tempai.
Right, yeah, I think it's really cool to see spots where you look at your hand and say, this Ishanten is better than my Tempai. Like, I'd rather have this Ishanten than my current Tempai. Like, I always look for those places.
Well, Hatsu's not one of the upgrades, so back it goes. 4 so is one of the upgrades. Now Ishanten. We're going to see a Chi there. Question, will this be the 6-pin or will this be the South? Making a decision here.
South.
Goes and cuts the South. Of course, everyone now should suspect the hand is cheap. But likely either Tempai or really close to it.
Yeah, and with the hesitation before cutting the South, I think it has to be Ishanten.
Yeah, I would also read that as Ishanten with a live read. And now Tempai waiting on 3 so. Speaking of loose 3 so, but because of that 7, may be able to get away with it with a 9-7. And yeah, that's the play. Because now you have the incentive to just go for the Tateniu. And this Ishanten just doesn't improve.
Still very wide.
Gets a 3, but it's in Pinzu, not Sozu, so not going to really help. We're going to see the Chi here, and that's Tempai waiting on 4 so.
As dealer Uotani willing to accept
Uh-oh,
this.
there's the 4 so. Deals in. Has the 3-sided weight, but that's going to shut this down. Just the Tateniu.
Yeah, 1,500 points is plus all those sticks in the middle. The Honba as well. More than just a 3,000 point swing there, so Uotani making up a bit of ground. Still, Nishizawa with the significant advantage.
And of course, when you get that, you also get another Honba. You're starting to see those stack up. Now take a look at this hand. Ooh, I kind of like this one. 1, 2, 3, Sanshoku. The 6 is your pair. Dora's 1 pin. I'm incentivized to just call and go with a hand like that. I have a Hatsu pair. Decent shapes elsewhere. This is a standard Pinfu type hand. Maybe an Itsu. 7-mon would really help out. And Daisangen Dreams, but probably just Dreams at this point, with the Chunanko and the other 2 dragons solo. You can hedge it with the 8-pin, and that's going to be the play here.
Yeah, this far back, I don't mind dreaming a little bit. By far the best hand, I think, for Uotani, the dealer.
Kumon doesn't do much. Probably is looking for the Hatsu and try and make something out of that. 5-mon fills in. Well, I think the dream might be dead. And yeah. Go ahead and take the Ishan 10.
The stick's no longer
3-mon
here.
connects to the 2. Yeah, but there's still 4 Homba. That's more than a stick. 8-mon connects. You have a lot of options. This is one of those discards that I might take a while on. Because there's so many options. Goes and cuts the 1. Moves towards the Tateniu on it. You see the 4 pairs up. That is now an Ishan 10. Or a better Ishunten, rather. We see the 7-so connect very nicely. I'm going to hedge the Peiko and potential Tateniu. Well, more pairs. 4 pins the most efficient cut, but you also have the Sun Anko route. And with this scoreline, I don't even hate the 8-so cut. But nope, plays it efficiently, figuring Riichi, Sumo, Chun will be enough. So gives a pair there to at least be able to call a little easier. The 9 doesn't do much for that hand. 9 also doesn't do much for that hand. There's the West. Could call for Tempai. Doesn't take it.
Still sitting here on this 1-3 pin. Ready to make the discard as soon as we draw a helpful Mon tile.
5's a fill there. Ishunten. Kutsuki as well.
Hmm.
Tumon doesn't do anything. Still sitting in that Ishunten. That's Tempai waiting on 4-7-mon. The question is Riichi or Dama. It has to be Riichi, doesn't it, with this scoreline? And there goes the stick. Riichi Pinfu Dora 1, 4-7-mon.
Yeah, is that a 7-mon in our discards?
It is, I believe.
So we're gonna have to Tsumo.
There's been a little pushing, but not a lot at this table, so I'm not even that worried about the Furiten. We see the West cut immediately there.
Yeah, this is a dealer Riichi, so Nishizawa, if she's Tempai, has some incentive to hold it, but really doesn't want to risk anything to fight against it, so...
And yeah, with that 7, so the second cut there, that's a pretty clear decision of what's happening. Now this hand on the other hand might fight a bit. It's also potentially Furiten on 4-so.
Nishizawa just too far away to make anything out of this.
Draws the 7, but it's in Pinzu, so not going to be the win. Another one was 4-so dying. Can call this down for Tempai. Doesn't take it. Instead, draws the 1-so and will chase Riichi Chun waiting on 3-6 pin.
And
Of course, see those 3-6 pin being used up by the other Riichi.
This is where you do not want to be Furiten. One player has 2 drawing pools. You only have 1. 36 pin, a good weight too. See a couple 3 pins discarded. 2 of the winners held in this hand as well.
Yeah, 3-6 actually not that good.
Yeah, wow, Uotani holding 3 of the winners. So despite the classically strong weight, most of those tiles are actually being held. Not even sure there's a tile left.
Now we're in the same situation here we talked about earlier of, well, what do you do here? I think I might even just Riichi.
Take the fight against your competition. So one of us will win this.
It's a bad weight, and that's the play. Riichi Dora 1 waiting on 2 pin. 2 pin versus 3-6 pin versus 4-7-mon Furiten.
Oh man. When you have to draw it yourself, there's a 7.
There's a 7, doesn't deal in.
A little head tilt on that draw. 5-mon was not it.
That's another uncomfortable position when you're the one defending against 3 Riichis.
Sumo!
Sumo on the Furiten, reach Sumo Pinfu Dora.
Oh, a sigh of relief.
The Aura is a miss, but gets the other Riichi sticks as well as the Sumo.
Uotani takes a breath there. Against two Riichis, finds that Furiten, got chased twice. And for the other two players, one Riichi stick down. But their gap remains the same between the two of them. So third place still at large.
And at the same time, you see that, realize it's Furiten and go, that's what I lost to. Aww.
Hey, at least I didn't.
The game just hasn't been going well for them, and they still lose in that situation. It's a bit demoralizing.
What a tense round. That had so much at stake. And with Uotani taking the win here, that means
100 points up.
And that's maybe a little bit more than 100 points given the Honba. So like 600 points.
600. But the 5 Honba itself will more than cover that.
Absolutely. So huge win for Uotani, and everything now incredibly closely contested. This is why I find South 3 to be...
South with 2 Dora here. These are pretty good hands. This probably only fairly weak one. We see pretty straightforward. 2 completed blocks. Ryanman, good floaters. With the Yakuhai, Dora 2, possibly Peiko. And the 5 so even moves that a bit towards Itsu. There's potential value in all these hands.
Yeah, whenever the 5 pin is Dora, any hand can be valuable. Uotani with a pair, though.
And 2 does connect to the 5. Also gives some routes for 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. 7's a bit of a miss. Not going to hedge the Itsu with the 1 pin. 2 so fits in very nicely. Potential Itsu and potential Sanshoku. And now we just have an Ishan 10. Going to go at the 8 pin first.
I wonder if the 4 pin or 6 pin comes out, if Uotani is willing to call Atosuke the 3-5 or the 5-7. She's got
with
the
Itsu, I think no. I wouldn't do it. It's such a mess. Oh, we do see a tile knocked over.
It's okay.
Just 1, so it's not a penalty.
Ooh,
well, now it's Shitoitsu. He just cuts the 3.
Gonna do a little hand shuffling, put that 5-7 back together.
Yeah, remembering that it's a Ryankan, not just an Ipeiko, Phil. Oh, well, that's an interesting choice. Then throws the Chun.
Yeah, Chun was twice cut, unfortunately.
3 pairs up. Another situation with lots of options here. 8 so or 3 mon being the normal ones. Could even cut the penchant if you get really greedy, though.
That's a Montel, another pair.
Oh, that's just Tempai. Chitoitsu Tempai waiting on 4 mon. The Chitoitsu Dora 2.
9,600 points with a Dama. Add 5 Honbas, extra 1,500.
Yeah, 11,100.
Strange number of points to win if you can pull that from somebody.
Yeah, that may be the only time you hear that. It switches to the 5 so. I'm trying to think, what's the other way you get there? Well, I guess Mongon level with 7 Honba? But that's just 10-1, 31. That's a weird number.
What is the West? 50-10, so not very good. I mean...
Oh, there's the 5!
Oh no, that's direct on the competition as well. Nishizawa dropping the 5 into 11,100, including Honba.
And you see that red 10,000 stick get handed over, and Uotani has a stranglehold on this game now.
Wow, after the early Hanuman Sumo from Nishizawa, it really looked like she was going to coast comfortably into the victory, but 2 monster wins by Uotani in South 3 on her dealership have changed things dramatically.
So what are we learning from this game? Don't be afraid of Furiten. Even if you get chased, just draw it and you come back.
How about this?
Oh, well, yeah, look at that starting hand. That's Ishanten, technically.
It is.
With the Yaku, you can even call it down.
Oh my goodness.
And with 6 home, you might even do so.
Yeah, second lesson, draw good tiles. Third lesson, don't be afraid of Chitoi. Con?
Well, because of the spread, might not con, but I kind of like the con here.
Plus 32 Fu.
As dealer, I'd con.
Oh, she does.
Yes, he's going for it. And it's Yaku high. Everyone knows that the hand is expensive now.
Into Tempai.
It is Tempai! Riichi! Con into Riichi on Tuso. Riichi Tone with 70 Fu. On a road. On a sumo, it's already Mongon.
Good luck.
And the rest of the table goes, are you kidding me?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do here? There's no information. Drop the new Dora, I guess. Or rather, I guess 1 mon is the new Dora.
We see that Tuso very loose in this hand. Believe me, that's not the tile you want to be cutting here. And it's kind of awkward forever. Could just have an incentive to fight. The problem is with that con, you know it's not a cheap hand. Even Riichi Dora 1 is really expensive. Not to mention the 6 Homba.
Also, just as dealer as well, makes things twice as complicated. If you want to challenge. Now, in last place is Ishanten.
And look at those discards after the Riichi. What is the information you're getting? Haku 9-pin June? I'd be so mad if I play against this. Because I've had those situations. It's infuriating because there's nothing you can do. Of course, I think we've only seen 1 Tuso, meaning 3 are left in the wall at this point.
It's been just draw a discard for Dai as well. Nothing coming her way.
That is closer, but not Ishanten.
Let's connect her to the Tuso.
At least something here, and we have the Anko of the 9, but just not much. Wants to cut the West, but it's Dora. Of course, you know it's not a Jitoitsu, so might as well throw the West.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The con ensures that, despite the early Riichi, it's not Chitoi. That's to say it's not waiting on a Tonki, Dora Tonki, or Dora Shabo or something like that, but...
Yeah, Dora Shabo there can happen, especially on the initial Dora.
No, it's Tempai.
But I don't mind. That's Tempai. I think you just have to chase this, especially with 2 Condora, with a Condora and a Condora.
Yeah,
and we're going to see the chase.
3/6 mon.
Well, draws a Dora and says, nope.
Suzuki with Dora. Oh, Ipatsumo!
Riichi Patsumo!
Ura!
For a 3!
That's a Hanuman. And just like that.
That is the look of finally.
So many attempts in the early portions. And finally one of those comes to fruition. That early Riichi not panning out for Uotani, but certainly making things exciting. She'll eat the Oya Akaburi, but still has a commanding lead.
Yeah, only the minus 6,000. The other part of that is it means that everyone else pays 3,000 as well. So there's not even a huge overtake.
However, Nishizawa is our last dealer, so she will have one more chance to make a comeback, just as Uotani did in her dealership.
This is a bad start again, not a terrible one, but not that great. A 7-1 will really help. That hand is hideous. Kanchan everywhere. Another Daisongan Dream hand. Might as well just throw the West the first turn. So much for Daisongan to see the Chun pair here. A couple other pairs, not too much value, but just wants to call and go, end this game right now.
In a moment, we'll be able to look at the scores. But the win conditions, the overtake conditions are pretty limited. There's a healthy spread between all of these players.
Yeah, I see the 3 pair up. It's just, the hand's just not there. Another pair up with a 2-mon. Gives a little easier calls, but that's about it.
About 15,000 points separating everybody. 20,000 points even from third to second. So that means there's some incentive, I think, for the players to open up, but just shut down the game, lock in their position.
And I feel like his hand started to develop into pairs for everyone.
We are now a pair number 3 for Dai.
Doesn't even really know what to do with it. I think I just cut one of the dragons. 3-pin, also not a terrible cut. But the question is, how can you make value out of this? And I don't really see it. Cuts the 3-so. Locks in the pair. That's going to be a chi. Of course, just wants the tune from this hand. We'll get rid of that 4-pin now. Of course, we see that tune. Out it goes. That's going to get called.
Uotani.
Now to an Ishanten.
Yeah, more than willing to shut this down.
There's
Nishizawa
a chi.
feels like she needs to match the speed here. So it does get on the Haku.
Once that Haku, we see where the Haku is. We see where the other Haku is.
That chi a little bit telling as well. 1, 2, 3 signals like some type of Yakuhai. Maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, but
Now, the problem is the Honichi is just never cutting it until it's really close.
and no one
But
except
Uotani needs to get to Tempai first, or it doesn't really matter.
Suzuki forcing this Horitsu with Dora pair.
Ugh. What do we do with the 2-pin draw? You want to cut the Yakuhai, but you know that they're just going to get called. At the same time, I don't necessarily mind that much if dealer wins, as long as it's cheap, but I have no guarantee it's cheap, because East is Dora.
Yeah, I think
And that's the other thing. You have to be concerned that someone has a couple East, especially the dealer, with that call. But we have Tempai waiting 1 4-mon. We'll just be the single Han.
I think we saw 2 Mon followed by 1 Mon from Dai.
And there's the one that shuts it down. Uotani dominates the table. Fell a bit behind because there's a big win early, but just dominates South round.
Back-to-back wins for the Trinity. Uotani with the first place here, plus 64.6. Nishizawa had a great start to the game, couldn't withstand the pressure from Uotani, takes a 14-point X. Dai with a minus 26.9, and in fourth place, Suzuki, minus 52.5. Great comeback by Dai to overtake her for third place.
Yeah, chased down the dealer Riichi. Just Yapatsumo hit her a 3.
Some fantastic hands, though. Some
there was some craziness in that game. That is one to watch again if you have some spare time. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, the couple hands early, and then the South 3, Uotani South 3 dealership. Those were the highlights for me. The second turn Con into Riichi is just nuts.
Con into Riichi always feels so good. It's even better if you're dealer. And of course, with the Con being an honor in that case, not only that, a Yakuhai, everyone is terrified of it, but eventually gets chased, and the Ipatsumo Aura 3 salvages third.
A big win.
I think salvages is the right word there, too.
Absolutely. When the other two players have one such monstrous hand and you're just floating barely in the positives, salvage, you got to take what you can get. Salvage is appropriate. Alrighty, we have one more game yet to play, and I think we will be seeing Jenn back in the commentary booth.
I'm back. Hello.
Hello, Jenn.
Yeah, crazy last game. The South 3 lasted, so I thought I would go back to my computer at South 3, so I'd be ready to go, and South 3 just kept going and going.
You did join at the perfect time to watch some of the most exciting hands. of the day.
Oh yeah, I was watching during the whole break. So yeah, exciting, amazing commentary as well. Please like the stream if you're enjoying the commentary. Support these two amazing, talented commentators, please. Yeah, I don't know if I can live up to that, but I'm excited to commentate with Corak again in the next game.
All right. Well, we're going to have a third game, of course. On any of these streams, we break up the morning and afternoon sessions into 3 games apiece. That's why we stream on Thursday and Friday. So, unless there's anything else, I'm about ready to jump in.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead. We can save any plugs for the end after this game. We can go ahead and introduce our players. Once again, if you're just joining, the teams are Mahjong Sakae Matsudo, Mahjong parlor called Sakae. It's a chain parlor located all over the country. This is the Matsudo branch, which is in Chiba, up there north of Tokyo, I think, northeast. The prefecture that has the airport and Disneyland. Trinity is a healthy mahjong parlor in Ueno. We saw Mizuhara and Uotani from Trinity. Very strong team. Shinjuku Ferry was the first, I think, non-smoking mahjong parlor. It's in Shinjuku, owned by Yoko Watanabe, or Yoko Kaicho from the Saikouisen. And also Mahjong Endorphin, a Samma parlor in Suidobashi. And after watching the stream, I'm excited to go play there because we all know that Jenn basically equals Samma. And the players from these teams, Sakura Rai again will be playing, she's playing a doubleheader today from JPML, playing for Ferry. Sami Suzuki will also be playing another game from Endorphin. She's part of the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. We'll be seeing Yumeka Mamiya for the first time from Sakae, another member of the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. And finally, Haruka Kinoshita, a bit of a newer player. She's been here for a couple years. She's joining the Trinity team from JPML. Also swimsuit model and really popular up-and-coming player lately. So it's basically JPML versus NPM for this game. Two from each association.
Very good.
I think the last game was as well, but yes.
All right, well, I'm just about ready to send the game live. Just one note for the viewers, make sure after this game to stay tuned for a message from Mio from the WRC team to recap how things are going for Team WRC in the Yukan Fuji Cup. You definitely will not want to miss that.
Yeah, she has a really good report she prepared for us.
That being said, it looks like the final game is queued up and ready to begin. Take it away.
All right. Well, crazy second game. Hope we get a third one that lives up to it.
Just won that big hand in the last hand, so hopefully she can get some momentum from that hand to do better in the last game.
We'll take a look at the hands in just a few seconds.
Yes, this was what I was talking about with the Trinity uniforms. Haruka Kinoshita, she's wearing a purple uniform. It's still the Trinity uniform, but a very different color than the ones that Mizuhara and Uotani were wearing.
Well, it definitely stands out. We see an East Onko, possible Honetsu. I see a Chun and Pei pair. That is the north seat, so double Yakuhai. You want any Tsusuka Honetsu, but the rest of the blocks really aren't moving there. Go ahead and cut the 1, keep the best shapes everywhere. The 3 is a great fill, may just be the East here. Cuts the 7, going to go ahead and hold on to that East for at least one more turn. 7 fills in there with the Monzu shape, potential Chinitsu shifts later. Going to require some effort, but that's definitely a Honetsu there with that cut, getting rid of the Monzu tile. We see the 8's now an Onko, and there goes the East.
Possible Sanko in that hand.
Lots of potential value. But I always love Honetsu, but just didn't really like the South here. Can't keep the 2-4 for a couple more turns. I might have cut it. Oh, that's a nice fill. Possible 4-5-6 Sanshoku. Tuso doesn't do a whole lot, so back it goes. The 1-so is Dora, so it doesn't want to immediately cut the 1-3. But of course, the Honetsu has the 2 Dora, the complete Yakuhai. We're going to see a Chun call here. Try and get this hand over with, shutting down anything potentially dangerous. We know someone is definitely sitting on some landmines if they can get it together.
Possible 1, 2, 3, but she'd have to give up some shapes in this one.
Yeah, I'd have to break the Ipeiko, and goes ahead and cuts the 1 pin. So Mon doesn't really help the Sozu Honetsu. 2 pins, a loose connection, but not a good one. Prefers the safe tiles. Oh no, it was Sanshoku!
Sanshoku was the 9s, I
Eiso, an
think.
amazing fill. That's now Ishanten. And with the 2 Dora, may completely abandon the whole idea of Honetsu in the first place. We see the 3 is an Ishanten. Had the option for Tempai, didn't want it. Wants the Tanyao Ipeiko upgrade instead. 3 is a Tempai, now waiting on 2-5, but that's Furiten. We'll go ahead and take it.
If she can draw the 6, she can get out of Furiten and also get a Sanshoku, so there is some potential to change the hand.
There's a 2-on pair. Really wants to get to this Shinitsu. Of course, that 1-so is a very scary tile. Ooh, it's an interesting call. Can cut the 2-4 and keep the 2-4-6-8 shape, but we'll keep the 2-6-4 and the 2-4. And the 3 doesn't really help, especially having already cut the 1 pin there. Haku doesn't do much, but this is about the time to get rid of that 1-3 as we see the 3 go out. And that will be called, and this is now Tempai for East Dora 2. Waiting on 3 pin. Of course, we saw the 3 just come out, so there aren't going to be too much of them.
Now the dealer Rai is another pro who has a husband that is also a Mahjong pro. We have a lot of Mahjong professional couples in the industry. Her husband is actually a member of Saikouisen, not JPML, named Nobuhiro Rai.
Ooh, Dora pair up. Now you actually have Sananko routes. Haku is the normal cut. You can even cut the 3-mon or the 5-mon, but Haku is the normal play here. That's going to be the discard. Can't even go Toy Toy if someone's crazy enough to throw Dora, but we know it's not coming out of that hand. And we also have a Dama waiting on 4-mon 4-so, looking for any sort of upgrade.
There's a triple.
Well,
now she's thinking about 4 concealed triples.
Yeah, I think you just always cut the 3-mon here.
So lots of triples and a Ipeiko. Twin
Even
sequence
if
to
you
fall
get
back on.
Even if you get the Toy Toy Dora 2, that's perfectly acceptable.
Absolutely.
There's the 3. That's going to deal in. We see the East Dora 2. 3,900, not enough to hit the threshold for 52. 8 plus 2 doesn't get you to that 12.
And the dealer will move, and Asami Suzuki on the screen there from Ibaraki Prefecture. And she's playing with her left hand. She's actually ambidextrous, but usually uses her left hand.
Well, to me, it always depends on where the wall is. I'm definitely more strongly right-handed, but if the wall's just on my left, I really like grabbing them 4 at a time over there.
I think one thing in countries that use the Chinese characters, the kanji, and learn calligraphy with brushes, a lot of people who are left-handed end up being forced to do calligraphy with the right hand, so they end up being able to use both hands pretty well.
I'd imagine because the lessons are always taught in one hand.
Right.
But we see kind of a pinfu shape, ugly pinfu shape. This is a little bit better. You have the pairs. 3-mon would give you a possibly Peiko, can accept Dora. 1-so doesn't do much. A few pairs there to see the Hatsupon. And just looking to get this over with fast. Potential Toy Toy upgrades eventually. 2-mon a great fill, but the rest of the hand still leaves a lot that it needs. 7-so, there's a Dora. Never going to complain about that one. Goes and cuts the 9-mon pair. 6 connects to the 5. The Tuso connects to this, so much for Toy Toy. 7, not much of an upgrade, but he thinks of it better than 2 connected to a 5.
Yeah, the 5-8 shape is still left in there, but since the 7 is Dora,
Oh, well, I think it's just 1, 2, but okay, cuts the 2 pin. I guess it gives you the option of cutting the relatively safe 2 1 later. But giving up the Toy Toy completely, there's a pretty good argument to say just cut the 1 2 there and keep going for the Toy Toy. But you are losing a lot of safety doing so. I see the 4 there. This is Ishunten. The Dora pull in.
keeps the Dora and discards the futurely dangerous 6 dot.
North doesn't do much here. 7 pin fits in very nicely now. This is just an Ishunten. 3 pins the normal cut. Can also cut a Sozu. Thinking a while on this one. Yep, eventually
There
goes to the
goes.
3.
Not quite a perfect one away, but very good shapes.
Excellent shapes. And if you fill the 5, you get the choice of the Ipeco or the Dora, both worth the same, of course. Now, the 5 Mon does not do much. Kind of surprised Haku wasn't held there. I think it's time. I'd get rid of that 1 2. Really believing the 9's going to come out. Now it is perfect Ishunten with that 8 pair.
I think she's looking to possibly call. Usually when you need to call hands and you try and keep more pairs.
Now, speaking
Instead of
of
just using the 9
pairs,
as a pair.
immediately cut there. Could have cut 2 pin. And there's our Riichi. This is Riichi Dora 1 on 9 pin Formon. Possible Sanshoku route if you want to cut the 5 Mon, but the 7 is the Riichi tile here. 5 not great. Cuts the Suji 1 pin. And that's going to be Cheed. And waiting on 3 so 9 pin, of course, we know the 9s are locked up. They're not budging.
Yeah, and discarding the Dora to get that Tempai.
Yes, this is just the 3 so wait. Well, that is a nice little pickup, Ishunten. Oh, the
And
6
she-
feels bad, but out it goes. Now that 9 is Suji. Might be incentivized to try and clear it later. Just Sumo Riichi Sumo Dora.
No Ura.
Now, Ura is 6 Mon. There are none in that hand, but a nice little win. Nods her head afterwards.
And Mamiya will be the dealer for this hand. Nihon Professional Mahjong Association, originally from Tottori Prefecture. That's one we don't hear of very much. Might be the first one on this broadcast from Tottori. Because it's just such a small prefecture with such a low population that you don't hear about it quite as much.
Well, I see Pinfu type hands, the 9 Mon's Dora. So when you have a 6, 7, 9, you're kind of sad when the 9's Dora because you're incentivized to keep it forever till it pairs up. Then you're really happy. But everyone kind of has these middling Pinfu type hands. This one filled with Kanchan. We're going to see a Pon with the Haku. Can't even hedge towards Honitsu, which is what that discard suggests. 4 Mon pair up, possibly Peiko, but you have that 3, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7. You need the 5 Mon 3 times. And that 4, going to incentivize to cut the east. Anko of 8 pin. This is now Kutsuki Ishunten technically, but not ideal shapes regardless. 4 at least shifted a bit towards the Tanya, but you still have that Dora and the 1-2 penchon.
Nice to pick up an open-ended somewhere at least.
Well, the 8, on the other hand, is a great tile, because that means that the 7 lets you wait on Dora, or you draw Dora, which is, Dora. Tuso connects. Little improvement here. Still holding that with Safe Wasp. We see the 6. That's a pretty wide shape. I go ahead and cut the 7 pin. I don't really think it does much in this hand. The only tile that really helps you is a 6, and that's an Intotsu that isn't any more value.
And the south is also not the seat wind, so you can't pull on that.
Oh,
But you
well,
can just
if
get
you're
a
just
triple.
going to draw it yourself, then okay. I guess that'll work. Riichi Nomi. Extra foo on the 7 pin, but it's a 3-sided. There's the 7! Setting up the Suji trap. Riichi Ipatsu, a bunch of foo here. And no Ura.
She just wanted that weight so badly that she kept the 7 and it worked out.
You see
she
the
looks happy.
big smile. That is the just like I drew it up. Yeah, 2 Han 50, so 3,200 there.
Move on to Kinoshita, dealer, swimsuit model. She was Miss Hirosaki University in 2015. And in a basketball club at that university where her teammates taught her mahjong.
All right. Interesting Itsu type shape. This hand has 2 Dora. You just want to go Tanya with that. Pinfu, possibly Peiko. Ooh, double Yakuhai. Callable hand there. Four pin connects to the Dora. You still have that 1-mon pair. Otherwise, you just kind of push hard for Tanya. See the 6-mon cut. And there's a 4th one, so could con, but I think the 9 so is the first cut. If you get to Ishan 10 or even Tempai, then you'd probably go ahead and take it. There's the 1-mon Anko. Could even just go Honitsu. We do have that Dora left over to make a decision on later. I'd con. That's the draw you want. Your shapes are just so much better now. South is the new Dora. Oh, that's a fill.
Just one away with good shapes.
Oh, wow. That hand is getting pretty expensive. Potential Toy Chinitsu.
Not the tiles she wanted.
That is
there
the tile she wanted. That's going to be a Riichi Pinfu Dora 2. 2 Uradora chances as well. See the 1 pair, so can't even go Chi-Toy with this shape.
Kinoshita is saying, why did I con?
The shapes were there. It's Ishan
They
10.
definitely were there.
But that happens sometimes. And simply, the rest of the table is also saying, why did you con?
Suzuki's gonna have to give it up or deal in.
Throws the South Dora, the new one. Ooh, that's the draw you want to fight with. And we'll just throw the 5. I imagine the 4 comes out if you get Tempai.
Yeah, she did. Her hand is shorter because she conned, but it is a concealed con, so she's still allowed to reach. Fanfan ohayou gozaimasu.
There's the perfect Ishan 10 upgrade. Still waiting on that 5-8, so... Uh-oh.
This makes you wanna...
Oh, no! I don't actually think this I think I might go 1-1-1. Because you're going to have to push so many of these tiles no matter what you do.
Yeah, it's still so far away.
Yeah.
And she'll go 8-8-8-8. Probably.
Yeah, hedges back towards Chitoitsu. 3's a nice fill. There's Tempai. That's a Riichi. Waiting on 9-6. 9 is Ipeiko. Remember, there's a ton of foo from the con.
Why does this come after 2 reaches? And she will give it up.
Do see a 3-pin knocked out from the dead wall. Again, no foul because just the one tile.
And that is the winner.
On the expensive end, a
Now,
whole
and
bunch of
2
foo.
Ura. 2 Ura.
Yes, the 2-pin. He's one of those Uradora, so that's a Mongon. Of course, only needed the 1 to be a Mongon with all that foo, but you'll take 2.
As dealer, and she'll get to continue as dealer. Also a big soccer fan and official supporter of the Hokkaido Consadole. I don't know how to pronounce that. Consadole Sapporo soccer team. She actually appears on their YouTube channel. That's how massive of a fan she is. Part of the J League.
Exciting stuff there. Get as much visibility as possible. Showing excitement. And we see another hand here. This looks like pretty standard Pinfu hand, but you have a bunch of honors to get rid of. The 1-2 Penshon. That's my least favorite shape. A 1-2 Penshon when the 3 is the Dora indicator.
Mm.
And just look at the rest of this. You have the 1 Ryanman, but it just all the rest of the shapes are a mess. 9 So's a nice fill there. Potential 6-7-8 Sanjiku if you can shift down towards it. Probably a Riichi Dora in that hand. Similarly, a Riichi Dora type shape this hand. The 7-So fills in very nicely. It might be time to cut some of those honors, but holding more of them. 8 Mon doesn't do much, but there are some potential shifts later. The West doesn't do a whole lot for this hand, so back it goes. The 3 is a great draw, but there's no pair if you use it directly. I'm tempted to just cut 2-So.
I think that's what I would go for as well.
Nope, throws the 3.
Locks in the 4 as her pair, which means another character is going to come out probably very soon.
No, the problem with the 2-So cut is you can't use basically. Oh, well, just fills that 3. The problem with the 2 cut is you're just planning it. Oh, well, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just fills the 3-So the very next turn. Believes in the Sanzo and gets it. Riichi Pin Fudora.
Kinoshita's hand started pretty poor and was shaping up, but now with that reach, she's going to have to probably step back a bit.
Yeah, the 5-8 pin. And we see a bunch of those 8s here. Onko up. And one of the 5s. Although that's now Ishunten as well for Tanya Odora 1, maybe Riichi as well.
And she's
Gets
not
a
going to have any
Kinzu.
hesitation pushing that 1 if she tempais.
So it really is just a 2-player hand at this point. I don't really see this hand getting back in. You have all these honors, so there's a distant route to it, but it's just so far. Now we'll go ahead and cut the east.
Yeah, I'm surprised the shapes turned out this good at this far because of the way the hand started. It was really bad.
Well, that's
starting.
the fill. That is a
She does not
Dama
reach.
waiting on
Plus-
4-7 pin, a Genbutsu 4 pin.
Yeah, it's the Genbutsu weight, and there's also a potential Sanshoku upgrade.
She'll just Dama here, hoping to win on the 4. Of course, the worst feeling was you try and Dama sniper like this, and then the Riichi discard your tile. That's how it always feels like to me when I try this type of Dama.
Not happy
No,
with that
just
7
getting
draw.
out of there.
It's kind of a Mawashi. She's rolling it. She can still tempai again easily and discard the safe 2 dot.
And that's also Ishunten. That's also Ishunten.
This is the hand where we thought she wasn't going to get back into it, and then she just starts filling in the full straight shapes.
And that's Tempai.
Tempai again.
Waiting on
Tanya this time.
4-7 would be Riichi, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora. Will Dama again.
That takes the whitest Ishanten, discarding the green dragon.
2 pins already cleared, so out it goes. Two Mons a miss. Still waiting on that 5-8, and we're starting to see a bunch of them collect. That looks like a
She's gonna have
6
trouble with this one.
pin.
Yeah.
Hates that tile. Or is that a 4? No, it's the 6. And says,
now
you
she
know what, if I have
reaches-
to push it, I might as well Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora.
She doesn't even switch it out from her hand. She could have done a karagiri. And what do we call that? A switch it, what? Isn't there a word that you guys use for that?
Well, we usually just say Karagiri. Can you switcheroo, I guess?
I thought there was like something that you said that was, maybe it's about something else.
All right, well, the 9 doesn't really fit. But really, it's down to those 2 Riichis. This hand could get back in, though.
Notice there's a lot of not 100% folds. There's a lot of mawashi or rolling the
Everyone's
hands.
trying to poke back in, and the draws just
Yeah.
aren't quite getting there. The last draw is the 6, at least for that side of the wall. I didn't break the wall this time.
No chance at Tempai, so she discards a safe tile for her last discard.
Now we have an Ishan 10 there as well, but this is the last draw. And it's a safe north, 2 players Tempai.
Yeah, I think probably 15 years ago or so, there was a lot more straight folding to reaches, and lately there's been a lot more aggression even after a reach.
Well, there's generally a huge incentive to just try and get something from it. What I've seen, especially in the pro meta the last few years particularly, is remembering how important K10 is. Just getting those Tempai payments at the end adds so much. It's a 2,500 or 3,000 swing.
Absolutely.
Nice.
There's been a lot more research in the past 10 or 15, maybe the past 5 or 10 years, with a lot of AI things and
Well, yeah,
also
there
just
have been
statistics.
public logs for a while, but a lot of the research until now have basically been for people trying to get an edge. Now it's been a lot more academic, where a lot more stuff is published. Because of course, the Super Phoenix bot was developed by Microsoft Asia, and a lot of the other ones are developed in universities. So there's been a lot of research in AI, specifically around Mahjong.
Yeah, and the level of play has just skyrocketed.
But if we take a look at these hands, the 5 still helps a little bit. Shape isn't great, does have a Dora. 6 similarly isn't great, but it's near the Dora, so we'll just hold on to it. The 7-9 isn't in great shape. And I have an Ishanten here with the Anko on the 1, goes and throws the more dangerous 7, holding the 3-4, similarly, potentially accepting Dora. We have the South pair and the West pair. The rest of the shapes leave a lot to be desired, though. 8 pin helps a little bit, but you already have a pair in the hand, so not great. Ooh, 8 is a really interesting draw. I like cutting the 9-7. That's going to be the play here. You get the Peiko upgrade. You still keep your Dora acceptance. There are a lot of routes to value. It's not the most efficient play, but it's definitely going to be the best way to build something out of this hand. 1 so connects to the 3-5, but it's a bit of a mess regardless. Nine pin isn't going to do anything, especially having cut the 8 earlier. The 3 does fill in, and that extends the shape. We see the pair up of the 6, not really what you're looking for, but possible Sunanko routes. The 5's another pair in this hand. Can just cut the 2. Could even just call down, I believe. We're in South round, so definitely can call the South.
I think she's a South player as well, so it'll be a double South.
And the 8 so doesn't really do much. North similarly isn't going to do a lot. They're just going to switch out the safe tiles for now. That's actually something I always wonder about. When someone's switching out a safe tile, does that send off fake signals as to whether someone's Dama?
I think that there's not that much invested into trying to read Dama hands. Because it's just inaccurate so often that oftentimes it gives you a bigger loss for giving up on your hand for a perceived Dama than it does to fold to it.
Yeah, ooh, 5-so's an interesting draw here. You can just give up on the Ipeco and cut 8-so. I think that's the most efficient cut. It also really cheapens this hand and probably puts you on Riichi Nomi. So long decision here. I might even cut 8-so. Yeah, it goes with the 8-so because you can maneuver this downward later. There's less immediate acceptance, but a lot more ways to make something out of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things with the 5-block, 6-block theory. When 6-block gives you more acceptance for 2 away, but less acceptance for 1 away.
And upgrades to perfect Ishunten. Haku doesn't do much. Out it goes. 3-pin. Not going to do much for that hand. Still has that. Honor your... Ooh, well, there's your Tateniu upgrade. And Dora. I think you just have to get the 1.
Yeah, it makes a hand much easier to call as well. For a faster tempi. Which is what you want when you're in first place already and just move the dealer along.
Yeah, especially with a lead like this, sitting at 40,000. East doesn't do much. Still perfect Ishunten. 2, that's tempi. This is going to be a Riichi. Riichi Dora 1, 3-6-pin.
Right, trying to make the most of her last dealer turn.
With the early 7, the 9 doesn't look terrible, but at the same time, is the hand really worth fighting for? That is a very clear no. That's also tempi. This is Dama waiting on 4. And that's a Riichi waiting on 4-7. Throws the 2. Riichi Pinfu Dora 1. Sumo Riichi. Riichi Patsu Sumo. Dora no Ura, but that's a nice little pickup.
Did not get that momentum from the last win of the last game, but this is a good win for her last turn at dealer, and she gets to try her hand at dealer one more time.
And of course gets the other Riichi stick, and we'll add a Homba.
Sakura Rai and her husband Nobuhiro have a dog named Coco. Cute name for a dog.
All right, well, this is kind of a Junchan hand, but that 6-pin just really doesn't fit. I want to go Junchan, and I see the 6 connecting to the 7, and I'm just kind of sad about it. This hand has a 1-2-3 completed shape, where 1-1 is the Dora. Very good shape. All these shapes are good. This has a Haku pair. Great shapes. It's already Ishunten. Not much value, though. Another 7-pin. So this is what we call technically Ishunten. As in, any of them that you'd get won't really help. No, 2 away, sorry. I missed the 3-pin in that hand.
Yeah, it's just all of the 1 away shapes that it leads to are pretty horrible.
Which will happen with those 6, 7, 7, 8 shapes, that so many of your upgrades, you're going to end up having to cut the 7-pin anyway. Although, alternatively, if you have enough blocked elsewhere, you can cut the 6, 8. And 2-pin pairs up. This looks like a Tateniu type hand. We have the Anko of the Haku now. Ishunten, pretty wide.
Needs to make a pair somewhere. Most likely to make a pair in the characters, but that will leave her with the side 7-dot weight, which is not ideal.
1-so fills in for a potential Itsu shift. Well, there's your 5. This is kind of decision point. I might even cut 5-mon, just because I want to make sure to use the Dora in there. See the 2-so pulled in, and goes and locks the pair in, keeps the Peiko shape. 5 fits in very nicely with a 4, 5, 6, 7 now. 2 doesn't do much. Back it goes. 4 fits in. And that tells you you're just not getting Sanchuku. You can see the draw, the weight. That helps my hand, but it doesn't go the way I want it to.
Yeah, which middleweight do I discard? And she chooses to discard the characters, Amanzu.
South doesn't do a whole lot. We have the West that also isn't going to do a whole lot. Can keep as a safe tile. I kind of like cutting the 6 there and holding the safety. We're at that point in the hand where anyone can Riichi, and I just don't want to be caught off guard. Speaking of Riichi, we might see one here, especially with that Tsuji on the 7. Will Dama here, Hakunomi.
Alright, fills in the 2 so she can use the Dora and the 5 melon comes out.
And there's the 4, another one of those 4s, still waiting on the 7. And there's a Riichi. This is Riichi Dora 1 waiting on 6, 9 pin. As I was saying earlier, I would have liked to get rid of that 6 mod a little earlier, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, I think she was end up thinking there was a chance that she could get another open-ended and get rid of that 6-8 middleweight, but it just was not worth it in this case.
So this is Tempai on Tuso if you take it. Would have to cut the 4-7 and says, nope.
Instead leaves the options for open-ended. I'm sorry, for Tateniu and open-ended weights.
Let's see, another one of those 2. Well, this
There
is
it is.
3-sided, so that's an easy Riichi. Riichi Pinfu, possible Tateniu, 3, 6, 9.
Now Kinoshita can change her weight to a Shabo if she decides to keep going, or she can fold. Fold would probably be with the white dragon, I think, against 2 reaches.
Yeah, that'll give you 3 turns here. You wouldn't be that worried about it, but there's a pretty big incentive to push here. You're in first place, but it's not a big first.
Of course, the 9 dot deals in.
Nope, just
She
gives
folds
up.
at the 3.
And then sees the 8 clears the next draw, and you're always sad when that happens.
I'm sure that will be her next discard, and she could possibly re-tempai later. There it is.
And a bit
There's
of
one
a
of the-
pause here. Everything's kind of a mess. 2's probably the safest tile, and that's there where it goes, the Tuso.
She has one of those open-ended.
Oh, well, there's the
middleweights.
Yonko. Can chase this down.
Would have been tempai. I mean, would have been
But
sumo.
it's Sumo. Long pause here.
Already folded, so yeah, it's gonna be the white dragon, like we
Right,
talked
because
about
it'd be
earlier.
Furry 10.
So that 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 shape, one of the open-ended gut shot that I was talking about earlier.
See the 1 come out? There's the 7. A little bit of switching here. We see the 5 so. There's 5 just came out. We're going to see the 3 go out now.
I think there's only 1 6 dot left in the wall. 3 of them being used, 1 9 dot on the board, and 3 of them in Kinoshita's hand. So it turns out to be a terrible weight for Rai. No one else knows this, though.
Well, you kind of start suspecting a little bit when you see all these 8s and go, wait, where are the 9s? And 6 months kind of incentive to try and get back in, but still a bit away.
And so
And here's
late.
how to draws. There's the Sumo. I can't even see what the tile is yet.
It's like a 3?
Yeah, it looks like a 3. Riichi Sumo Pinfu Tanyao and the Riichi stick.
Right. Clearly disappointed. Had the first reach and did not work out. Now she has no more turns at dealer. She has not had a first place yet. She had 3 games before this. This is her 4th game of this season. No first place yet. Sorry, before the last game, so this would be her 5th game of the season.
Yeah, we hope to get at least one, but we see a Chun pair and a Dora. Decent hand there. Possible 79 Sanshiku with some draws. This is kind of a Pinfu hand, but a messy one. You have so many honors to get rid of. Honors and floating terminals. Go ahead and cut the 1 for now. And similarly here, kind of Pinfu, but the shapes are just hideous. The dealer looks to have the best hand by far. Just call the Chun Dora 1. But in 4th place, you hope for more than that. Suzuki desperately needs some points here. But at minimum, you need to win the hand. Does have the advantage in that route, though. 3 so would really help the hand, though. 6 Mon is the Anko now, but again, the shapes elsewhere are a bit of a mess. 4 will loosely connect, gives an Itsu route, hedging both Itsu and Sanshoku. See the West pair, I believe that's Yakuhai. 8 so is a fill, but still really hoping for some upgrades in Pinzu.
Yeah, no value in that hand whatsoever.
And if it were the 3, you'd just say, we'll just go Sanshiku and just go Itsu. Instead, take the Sanshiku route, looking for that 789.
Too many blocks
Well, I
in
have
Mamiya's
an
hand.
Ishan 10 for dealer. There's the 9. This is another one that's technically Ishan 10, doesn't take it.
A lot of 6 block hands this hand. I think from Mamiya's hand, we're gonna see that 8-9
Ooh, that's a
bamboo come
big
out.
fill with that West. Now Ishan 10 can't even call this down, but would really like the value closed. 6 is an upgrade to potentially Riichi Pinfu, Tanyao, Sanshuku Dora, monster hand brewing. I see
And
the
there's a
789
sideway there.
abandoned.
Kinoshita with the West triple, and she is in the West seat.
2 so can be used as a pair potentially. Of course, you can always draw the 3 so and get the Ipeco. 7 fills this shape. This is now an Ishan 10 needing the 3, 6, and 6, 9 pin. Eight so doesn't do a whole lot. Going to keep the floating 5 over the Ipeco. 2 Mon, not a great draw either. Back it goes. 8 Mon, not quite what you're looking for. The 4 of those a pretty big upgrade here, so we'll take that one. Now Ishan 10. Or should I say better Ishan 10. And there's our Riichi. This is Riichi Pinfu. No Dora yet, just on the 6-9. And the 4, oh, getting another Dora is not what you want there. But does upgrade the shape, allows you to potentially use 2 Dora, which would be the best option, of course.
Tempai for Kinoshita. She has the Yaku with her triple West triple, so she won't reach. Now she does.
Yeah, it takes a turn on it, thinks about it for a bit, but
And
not
it's
going to be it.
pawned.
Yep, honed. Just go ahead and take the Tempai, but there is the win.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see that tempai because it was
Yeah,
a pawn across
that
the
was the
table.
pawn on the 2 with the 2 Dora, so actually a decent win there. Tanya Dora 2 after all that.
And Suzuki will take her second turn at dealer. She will continue with her second turn at dealer, sorry.
Yeah, looks like they're home out there. So Tanya Dora 2 as dealer is a very nice hand. Kind of pinfu shape, distant shift towards Honetsu. This is a nice little pinfu shape, possible 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. This is, you just play it regularly and see if something develops. This is a Haku pair and great shapes. So a whole bunch of slightly above average, but not dominant hands. 8-mon is the door. We see the Haku pawn just trying to get the win here, run up the continuances. 9-so fits in loosely, would potentially be able to use the 3 as the pair. 2-pin doesn't do a whole lot here. Might just cut the 1. We'll go ahead and cut the north, though. 1-so at least loosely connects to the 1, 2, 3, 4. Gives a potential 1 or 4 for the pair up. The problem is 2 of those 1-so have already come out. 5 fits in very nicely, filling this 4, 6, 8. Has the loose 8 and the H Dora, so can always plan to use that as the pair later if you pair it up. We a 6 fill in there is quite nice. Chun doesn't do a whole lot for this hand, so back it goes. We see the 2. Didn't like it last turn, didn't like it this turn. The Tone, back it goes. The Shaw, back it goes. The Tone gonna hold it for a turn, but it'll be thrown pretty soon.
Finally, the 1 comes out, and that's cheat.
Waiting on 1-4-so for Hakunomi. And the advantage of the 1-4-so, as I mentioned, the 1-so is really bad here, but with a Nobeton shape like that, you can always just switch the Tonki to anything.
Right,
Or we might see the 1, wanted to cut the 1, would have dealt in, but the 3 hesitation. Just sumo the 4 then, easy game. Will just be the Haku, but a couple Homa there, so 700 all.
And we will see a South 2 one more time. Honed that Haku very early, but her favorite Yaku is actually Riichi.
Can't argue with that one. It's almost like it's in the name of the game.
It's not called Dama Mahjong.
Well, I am definitely known for disgust of Dama. Of course, we have Gem on these broadcasts as well, who uses the nickname Dama Queen.
Right.
We haven't had any on-stream fights about it yet, but those may come later.
Looking forward to that. I've got the popcorn ordered.
All right, we have 1-so and a couple Dora there on our left. This looks like a Pinfu type hand, possible 789 Sanshoku. Ooh, 5's a nice little draw there. The rest of the shapes are okay. That's another one where everyone kind of has middling hands. Because you have the 2 Dora, and then you look at the rest of the hand and go, This is probably the worst of the bunch. The best route's Sanshoku. Kind of playing it towards a Junchen Chanter route. And we're going to see the pawn of the Hatsu. There's not much value out there. We do have the Honba. Just trying to get it towards South 3. And I mean, you can look at the scores here, and it's really close. Rai's a little bit behind, but even there, Mangan Sumo, and you're right back into this.
Yeah, with the continuances, I think it's enough to put her in first place even. Maybe not.
Let's see, 600, not quite. But close. Within 1,000 for sure. 3-pin, you see the hesitation on that draw. Doesn't like the shapes, but you have to get what you have to get what the wall gives you, and sometimes it's not pretty. And we see the 7 cut keeps the same Ishunten shape. We see the 2 Anko up, so the shape's a little bit better, but still a lot of work to do. With the 2 Dora, any tempai is acceptable, but you have to get the tempai first. Out goes the 4-pin. 8 so, oh, now you kind of wish you held the 7. Two so goes back, even though it would have paired up because it was cut last turn. I always feel bad when you have those Onko backfires. With the south pair up, can of course call that, and that's actually a viable way to win this hand. With the 2 Dora, is just start opening.
I mean, in first place, even without Dora, she's going to want to try and end Suzuki's deal. Doesn't want her to rally anymore and catch up to her.
Well, you also do want to try and run that score up, especially as last dealer.
True, but I mean, looking at the Trinity total score, I don't think that there's much.
Yeah, it's not a
chance of it running
huge
up.
issue. But you also want to make it harder for everyone else's overtake conditions. 9-mon doesn't really do a lot. Hesitates for a while, eventually cuts. This hand just has to end up being Tanya eventually. And we see the 5-so discard. He doesn't like the Shampoo here, especially with the 6, 6, 6, 7, 8 and Totsu presumptive shape. We see the 6 fills in. That is not the tile you want when you're going for 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku.
Wrong side.
There we see the 3 being cut. That goes the 5 pin. There's that south and says, wait, why haven't those been discarded? Maybe I shouldn't throw that.
It's potential Junchan in that hand, though.
Yeah, this is
that happens,
Tempai
it will
waiting
come
on
out.
the 8-mon. We didn't get to see it because the camera didn't look at the hand at the time, but that is Tempai on 8-mon.
How many 9s are left?
Well, that's an upgrade. Now it's 5-8.
Don't think there are any more 9s, so Rai won't be able to get the Junchan, the pure outside hand.
Well, that upgrades the shape. There's the 9. Of course, it had just
Possible.
cleared, so you know it's not dangerous to the table.
Possible Sanshoku, depending on what she draws to Tempai. Rai hoping for the outside hand, discards the 4, and
Gets
there's a
the 8. There's
Sanshoku.
Sanshoku. Can take either side here. I think I like the 3-so 8. I would reach you the 6. Instead, Dama's waiting on 5-so. This is Tanya
There
Sanshoku
it
and
is.
gets the 5 right away. Tanya Sanshoku with the 2 Homba.
As deal, that's 77.
83
Makes
with a
83, yeah.
Homba. Yeah, that's the type of hand that allows you to come back. Takes the correct weight, and the 5 just comes out immediately.
Yeah, I think I like not reaching on that. I mean, 7,700 is basically the same as a non-dealer's Mangon. And she wants to stay dealer, so I think trying to be a little bit deceptive and hoping somebody will discard it and not notice she's Tempai. Whoa, look at Kinoshita's hand.
That's a pretty good starting end. Honitsu, Yakuhai, Ishanten, just a monster hand there. We have 6-so is Dora. The 9 loosely connects to the 7, but the shapes are not very good. But this is the hand to watch.
Kinoshita's first place was just taken away by Suzuki's win. So she's going to be looking to take that first place back.
And we have a tie for third right now. Floral is literally shifting here. I'll go ahead and cut the 1-so. 5 is the perfect fill for that 4-6 shape using a Dora. 1's perfect, and that's Tempai, I believe. No, it's a 9 pin, not a 9-so. So Ishanten still.
Two away for Suzuki at this point.
Yeah, wants this Chanta, but we'll need to fill in one of the other shapes. 5-so. You drew the nice fill. You didn't want a second 5-so. And there's the Tempai. This is Riichi, Pinfu, possible Chanta.
I think a Dora in there as well.
Yes, yeah, it will be Chanta or Dora, but not both.
Oh, right. Did that again, thinking it was the indicator when it's the actual Dora.
You see 8-mon come out, so has another route back in. The one's the miss, still looking for that 6-9. And this beautiful hand has just not budged.
There is a time limit in these games, but it's 80 minutes, which when you're playing on an auto table is a lot of time.
Yeah, I've hit some of those games, but it does take a lot of repeats, especially if you're playing with people who know how to play and have had a
And
lot of
also
experience.
it's also 80 plus 1. So once the 80-minute time limit runs out, then you get to play one more hand after that. So it ends up being more like a 90-minute limit.
Where's the 5? But of course, the 9 is safe. It's the 9 so that's dangerous. Long pause here on the situation. Wants to push this, but at the same time isn't thrilled with that 9. Goes and gets around. Well, that's Tempai. Goes in and Riichi's waiting on 4-7, so. Would be Riichi Dora 1.
You know, that keeps going.
Oh, Riichi and
Draws it.
Patsu, Sumo Dora 1. No Ura, but that's a Mungon, and just on a roll here.
Take a 4th turn as dealer. Something to remember with these rules, these are the Mondo rules. Every player starts with 25,000 and the extra 5,000 goes into an anti-pot called the Oka, which will go to first place in the end. In addition to that, first place gets plus 20, second place plus 10, third place minus 10, and fourth place minus 20. And
Yes.
Uma that you don't see very often because it's not symmetrical.
Yeah, the only other place I've seen this Uma is actually Tenho for IORMC. If you actually play Tenho plus minus, it uses the same structure. But usually in ladder, you're playing for rank points or using your own custom.
It used to be a really
this is very
common Uma for mahjong parlors, but I think it's started to go away because people like to have the same distance between 4th and 3rd that they have between 3rd and 2nd.
Right. The rules incentivize going for first a lot because effectively what you have is a gap between 10 points between 4th and 3rd, 20 points between 3rd and 2nd, and 30 points between 1st and 2nd. Just kind of a cascading number, but it does make the math a little harder when you're just calculating it yourself.
Right, especially when you're calculating differences between what you need for the total score, the team scores, and your total individual scores.
This hand has the West, needs to pair it up. The rest of the shapes aren't great, though. You just play for the Pinfu and see what happens. 5's a great fill there. That's Nanishan 10. 8 doesn't do a whole lot, but has this 1-3-7-9, cuts the 9. Oh, cuts the tone, doesn't use the Onko, just selling out on the Chitoitsu. And Tusa goes back. We see a Chun draw. That's not going to help. But goes in and holds it as it's a pretty decent Chitoitsu tile.
Yeah, just one away, trying to aim for a better weight than the middle tiles.
Tumon helps technically, but you'd have to throw the Dora and use the 3-mon. So I'll go ahead and throw the 2 back. As I say, 3-mon drawn there. We see the 6. Back it goes. And that just full Chitoitsu.
The only backfire for Chitoitsu is the exact same tile that you discarded, and it happens so often.
Well, you'll always get pairs in your pond on Chitoitsu. There'll be a few where you just do it perfectly, and then every time that isn't that means you just have pairs. I'll often end up with 3 or 4 of them going for Chitoitsu. It's a very frustrating Yaku. It has lots of uses, but it's really frustrating.
I heard them called the sacrificial pairs, which I actually kind of like. The ones in the discard, I mean.
Yes, so we A lot of these hands are just stuck. The 2, though, is Tempai. This would be Riichi Nomi waiting on 6, so won't take it. Doesn't really want to throw the live door at this point. Especially if you're reading those discards as Chitoitsu, which I kind of would. And that's a fill, but at the same time, the shapes still aren't good. You can cut the 7 pin, you can cut the 1 pin, you can just throw the door anyway. I think 7's normal, that's going to play here. So still doesn't do anything for that hand. And kind of wondering, where are my Haku? Does someone else have the pair? Well, there's our Chitoitsu Tempai waiting on Chun, Riichi Chitoitsu.
That's exactly what she was looking for. The Chun wait, and she got it. There's a question in a chat. Yes, the rules in this game are Kiriage Mangan. So even 30 4han is 8,000 points, or 12,000 if you're the dealer.
Well, Chun was drawn, but not by the Riichi hand. It was drawn on the left of it. And this is also tempo. I'd have to throw the door. The door is terrifying into that pawn, because it really looks Chitoi, and will not do it. There's the second Chun. This one I'd take. The problem is you'd still have to throw that Dora. Throws the Chun. Cut from the parent. Deals in. Looks like it's just Riichi Chitoitsu.
Trying the second one kind of gave her the impression that it was possibly safe. And it
Safe
was not.
it was still live. But we'll end up dealing in and see some change exchanged across. Looks over, makes sure everyone's okay, that the sticks are set before they do the reshuffle. Shove the tiles in, and we should get a look at the hands pretty soon.
Mamiya will be the dealer this time. She is also ambidextrous, but normally uses her right hand. So I imagine probably she started out left-handed and her parents encouraged her to use her right hand instead for a lot of things.
Yes, encouraged. Can be either encouraged or encouraged, air quotes.
I think it's the air quotes one.
Yes. Well, we have a double south pair here, so some value in and of that itself. The 2-pin helps significantly in this hand. The problem is the rest of shapes leave a lot that they still need. The 9 loosely fits with the 7. And the 6, the hand's probably the best of the bunch. Maybe the south. Well, okay, I take that back. This is the best hand now. When you Anko up your double Yakuhai, that's generally the best hand. Everyone else are kind of middling Pinfu shapes. But, and the 4, and now just headless Ishanten. Potential Nobetan. I imagine one of the 8s comes out.
There it is. Rise hand really slow. She just can't catch a break this session.
Yeah, the 8-mon pairs up. Let's see. Oh, the 4, that's a Dora. Can even cut the 8 there because you draw the 1 or the 4 your Tempai.
Yeah, in 2 different suits as well. The 2 and 5 actually in the Manzu. And the 1, 4 in the dots.
5 so connects nicely, but the question is, what shape do you want? You have to keep the Dora shape. It's normal to just throw this back even. You can cut the 6 so as well and the potential draw a 3-sided upgrade. That's going to be the play. And there
possibly
goes
pairing up on the Nobetan and getting rid of the 9s for a Tanyao shift.
Yes, and we have a Hatsu pair here. Can kind of pull that, but their shapes aren't great. Speaking of Hatsu pair up.
Yeah, nobody's going to be pulling that.
Not anytime soon anyway. And there you go. As you said, just draws the 5, so fills in and can go Tanya with it. You see the 5-mon connects to the 4. Still a bit that needs to be done in that hand still. And keeps the 9 more as a safe tile than planning to extend it. Oh, well, there's Tempai. Can't even Dama here, but just breaks the Tempai. figuring the 3-pin is going to be very hard to get. Waiting on the door indicator, less than ideal. Did have Mongon, broke from Tempai. This is Riichi. This is Riichi, Pinfu, Dora. Looked like possible Tateniu.
I decided not to wait on that 3-dot, and then it was drawn immediately by Raya right after that. And it's a door indicator, so it seems like a good choice to not wait for that last 3-dot.
Yeah, that is what it is Riichi, Pinfu, Tateniu. Not Tateniu, not guaranteed Tateniu. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, possible Tateniu. And there's the sumo. Does not get the Tateniu. Will definitely take the win, though. No Uradora, but 4-han, 20 fu, good enough.
Mamio is actually the winner of the 17th Yukan Fuji individual tournament, and her team got second place that same year. Her favorite tile is the red 5-dot, but no red 5s in these rules.
Well, of course, there are plenty of rule sets that use 2 red 5 pins. I believe that Mahjong Fight Club often does.
Yes. My favorite is 2 red 5s in each suit, personally.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense in Sanma to do it that way, specifically, because you're so incentivized to just use the outside shapes anyway. But regardless, we are now advancing here, 12,300, a bit behind. We have Pinfu shapes everywhere, kind of a Junshan shift. Tuso doesn't really do much here. Similar to the types of Pinfu hands. 6-mon is Dora. So just no value in any of these hands that I've seen. Basically just play for efficiency and see what happens. This is probably the best of the bunch. It just kind of has a 6-mon as a floater with a 3-4.
Really, just no.
Oh, just draw the Dora. Okay, that fixes the problem. Now he's Shun 10 for potential Riichi, Pinfu, Tateniu, Dora. Isn't it amazing how one draw just immediately changes the complexion of a lot of hands?
Yeah, they all really looked terrible until that 6 filled in, and now you can call the hand. Just one poor shape left that can. I don't know. I don't mind the middle 7 bam that much. We call it chasso. Pretty popular tile.
Now, 5 connects to the 4, but similarly, the rest of the shapes are bad. Can cut the honors, and that's going to be the play. Cuts the south. The 8 fits in fairly nicely. But you do have that 3-4-4-6, and you kind of want to use the 6 in there. So maybe farther away from Tempai than it looks.
That is a perfect draw. 3-sided weight in the dots now.
Potentially,
get
but
rid of
still
one
has
of the
that
bad
3-4-4-6. 4, so nice upgrade there for Ipeiko, possible Sanshoku later. 8, so potential shift to Ipeiko there as well. Cuts the 4 pin, really likes this 5, looking for any sort of door accepts. There's your 4, this is Tempai. This is Tateniu, Dora, Riichi, or Dama, only waiting on 7 so right now.
Yeah, there's
That's
so
really
many
the decision.
potential upgrades.
Riichi.
You can get the 8 for a the 8 of characters for a Sanshoku, or I can get the 5 of bamboos for a 3-sided weight.
Instead, stays Dama waiting on 7, so. Of course, we see where the 7s are, so it's going to be very hard to get them. Only 1 left. I don't mind Karagiri Riichi here. But at the same time, I believe it's Suzuki who's in first place, so I don't think there's really a reason to Riichi here.
Yeah, and with the upgrades that we talked about too, I think generally the idea is if you have double the upgrades of your winning tiles, so if you have 4 winning tiles and at least 8 upgrades, then it's a good idea to stay in Dama until you can upgrade.
It doesn't take the 5 pair. because already had the 9s. Doesn't really want to take the Shempon 5-mon 9 because that's a door indicator. Waiting on the door indicator shape, never ideal. And still just that dumb on 7. Very whitey shunten. Less whitey shunten, but really basically any Monzu tile other than a 9 is Tempai. Although you wouldn't necessarily take it if you draw something that asks you cut Dora. There's the Karigiri Riichi. Waiting on 7, so this is Riichi Tateniu. There's the 8. Goes and cuts the 4. Reveals the north and cuts it anyway. And we do see the Chi going ahead and getting rid of the 9s here. Just try and make Tanya out of this.
Yeah. Kind of stuck on what to do. She just discarded the 4. There was a possible Sanshoku if she could get something to stick to that 6 character. But did not have time to finish that.
Oh, there's a Chi. Takes the Dora. Waiting on 2/5 so now. Tempai. Tanya Dora 1.
It might be Sanshoku as well. I can't remember. She cheated the 4 with I think it was 3, 4, 5 for the dots.
Well, Dora was 6, so I'd have to see the hand again. But let's see.
We can see the
doesn't
4
do
and the
much.
3, so I think the 5 would be on the other side. Oh yeah, it's 4, 5, 6. Sorry, the characters was the one that was on 3, 4, 5.
Can go 7, 8 pin if you want to try and fight this, but doesn't really feel like it. Does not like this 4, and you look at that pawn to 2 pin and 8 pin, and the 4 does look pretty bad. Cuts the door indicator into it. There's the 2, so just deals in. Tateniu Dora 1, nothing fancy.
Yeah, will not knock her out of first place by any means. And Kinoshita will have her last turn at dealer.
And sometimes just calling things down to get the... Because that didn't actually reduce the shunten, it just made the hand a lot more callable to try and shut down that Riichi. Oftentimes works. But
Yeah,
we're in
dropping
all last. Yeah, the 9
safely.
mon. And can maneuver a hand around. So let's take a look. Well, that's a South Onko. And Suzuki doesn't really need anything else. The clear first place here. Just wants to end the game.
Yeah, definitely does not want Kinoshita to continue as dealer in the last hand here.
Yeah, that's the direct competition. Has great shapes as well. We see the Hatsu pair here. Tuso connects loosely. Potential Itsu route. We have a 1-1-4-7, which is less than ideal. There's our first call. And of course, when you see that call, you're like, okay, that person's probably Atazuke. And that's not actually the case. Has the South Onko, and of course the South comes out. No reason to con that. So gives the overlap here. You kind of want to move towards 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, but at the same time, it's not really there. 9 pin doesn't do anything for this hand. Back it goes. 4 pin is another. Ew. Do you just go Chitoitsu? I'm gonna hedge it at least, cutting 1 so.
At least getting rid of that overlapping 3 bam weight.
Right, with the 1, 2, 4, 5 gets rid of the 1. 7 doesn't do much, especially after having cut the 9, so back it goes. We'll hold a safe tile, and there's our G, and this is Tempai 6, 9 pin to just end the game. And there's a pair up. Can accept 2 Dora now, potentially. But you can see that was not the draw she was expecting. And this is really where you have to decide. Am I going to hedge everything by cutting Haku? Am I going to sell it on the Chitoitsu? Hedges everything.
I see Suzuki in first place right now. This win would be enough to put the team into the positives. Right now they're just barely negative with minus 12.6. Would prefer to give Trinity a negative score, but the first place is just so massive that it's gonna give them the best option to
Oh, there's
possibly
the
catch up.
6. And that ends the game.
And it did come out from Kinoshita, but not enough to put her in the negatives.
No, clearly out there. And Suzuki, the big winner here. Dealer Rampage, 56.8. Solid win. Never
Huge
really in
for catching up to
competition.
first place.
Kinoshita sitting there in second with a 6.9. Mamiya in third with minus 22.7. And Rai just gets nothing all game, minus 41. I believe he had one good hand, but even that was only around 4,000. But we take a look at the players here, and we're now done with these. I believe we had an interview with WRC coming up, but overall, just not quite as explosive as the second game. Just you have one person who goes on the dealer rampage, and everyone else is trying to stave off as much as they can.
Yeah, Kinoshita did a good job staying positive at least for her team. I think we have an overview of the total scores for the teams for the day. Each of the game scores. The Fairy team just had a terrible day. See that on the right, last place,
Ooh.
third place, last
Well,
place.
Trinity, on the other hand, just rolled through today, plus 121.8. I think is that the biggest? No, I think Team Mahjong Soul on one of the streams we had 3 first, but that's one of the highest scores we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, even with 3 firsts, sometimes it's only 121 because with everyone starting at 25,000, you'll see first place scores that are only 31,000 or 32,000, and it's just, plus 40 something.
Oh yeah, and of course the Mahjong Endorphin and Mahjong Sakae Matsudo sitting there around plus minus 0. And you'd much rather be the 8.9, the minus 18.8. But overall, you consider the day largely a wash. Mahjong Endorphin, though, really salvaging feels like the word of the day for everyone but Team Trinity.
Yeah, Suzuki did a good job coming back, making up for her last place in game 5 or game 2 for this team. Yeah, really interesting dynamic all day.
And you see overall, Team Trinity had a pretty big lead coming in, and they're going to be hard to catch. Yeah, it's pretty early still, but ouch. There's still plenty of time to catch up, especially with that 40 first place bonus, but 230-point difference. And then down to third place, it's 170. So huge gaps here. You don't want to say that the other two teams are eliminated, but they're kind of on life support at this point.
I mean, that's a 450-point difference between first and last. That means they would have
right
to get
around there.
yeah, first place basically for the rest of the season.
And of course, there are a few bonus spots, but it's based on how close you are to first. So even if Mahjong Endorphin doesn't overtake, they easily need to close this gap. You can't let Team Trinity absolutely roll over this group.
Right, the wildcard slots will go to the second place teams that are closest to their first place teams in each group, and it will be only, I think, 2 or 3 wildcard spots at the end of the season. But with that, I think we're ready to hear from the WRC team member, Mio. So WRC team is the one that I'm playing on. Our team members are myself, Mio from South Korea, and Rika from China. So yesterday, Mio played all 3 games for us. We call it a triple header, so she gave us a report on how she did.
안녕하세요. 미오 です。今日はYukan Fuji杯第2節でした。今日は一人で3連投打ってきました。結果は後ほど。その前に1節目には間に合わなかった WRC チームのユニフォームが出来上がりました。前は WRC と書いてあって、右手には各国の国旗。で、 左手には WRC マークが入ってて、後ろには名前も入ったとても可愛く仕上がってました。で、今日は初めてこのユニフォームを着て気合を入れて参加したんですけれども、結果は残念ながら334位でマイナス 88.9 ポイント、貯金も全部なくなってマイナスになりました皆さんすいません。次回からもっとプラスになるように頑張ります。今日は全体的に手が遅くてトラもなくて、あと空気が多いテンパイばかりで、相手とのスピードにもう全然追いつかない展開で、3回戦やって1回上がりと2回リーチ全部不発だったんですけれども、で宝珠はゼロの結果がそれなんです悔しい。なんかもっとできたことがあるだろうかと思いながら、ちょっとこれから反省点を考えたいと思います。今日対戦相手は私含めて3人が連盟員で、1人が RMU さんだったんですけれども、3人ともちょっと押しが強くって、仕掛けもちょっと多用してたような印象でした。私は基本的に守備方で、あんまり打点とかマッチが良くなければ押さないタイプ、守備方なんですけれども、ちょっと課題としてはもっと攻撃的になるべきだと思います結果は今回残念だったんですけれども、これからまだまだあるので、応援していただけると頑張ってプラス取り戻してチームを首位に持っていて、決定戦決勝に出たいと思います。よろしくお願いします。じゃあまたね。
Hi, Mio, adorable.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it went too well. I'm sure we'll be able to get a score update, but sometimes the draws just aren't there.
Yeah, another thing is that we have had buys until we only had one session played so far. So this was only our second session, and we're not even halfway through the season like some of the other teams are. So in just the second session, I mean, we still have plenty of time to come back. In the next session, I'll be playing all 3 games. So we'll see how I can do. I have been studying my butt off lately. And I think, except for in ARML, it's been paying off. I've had much better scores, except ARML. Do we have the total scores for Group 16? I think
We do. Just give me a quick moment. I'll be able to pull that up. Yeah, I can't help but root for Team WRC. And I love the uniforms.
Thank you. Yeah, we decided to have uniforms, so we designed them with all the WRC colors. And the reason why we decided to put flags on our country flags on the sleeve, not only are we the only international team, we have 4 different nationalities with Gemma as our captain, but also Mio is really into fortune telling, and she looked up our lucky colors. And the only one that we all had in common was yellow, but there's no yellow in the WRC logo or anything like that. So I found these flag patches that had a yellow border. And so we decided to get those flag patches and put them on our arms. And, it has multiple meanings, and I think it's really fun.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of having the country patches for an international team such as that for the WRC.
Boy, it's a tight match here. Mahjong Cafe beyond in first place, but within basically a game or two of everyone here. Team WRC not technically in last, 0.4 above, but still everyone within very close range. As you said, it's only been 2 sessions.
Right, we have so much more to play. Rika has played 3 games, and Mio has played 3 games, so I'll play my first 3 in the next session. And I'm sure I'll have a report I think we have 3 more. We're group 16, so the next broadcast, which is later this month, will be group 14. And the one after that will be 15, and then it will be our turn on the broadcast table. So we have to make sure to schedule that so that I am not commentating on myself because I refuse.
That sounds either cursed or hilarious, and maybe both.
A few more weeks
I
before we
can't.
see Team WRC on stream, but our next stream will be on the 24th of October.
Yes, in 2 weeks. Last few sessions, it's been every 2 weeks. And we're getting that all planned out. But of course, they have to play the games first.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we will be Garth and I, and also Tips and Tricks, one of our other commentators, Jeremy, will be at New York Comic Con. We'll be filming some stuff for the WRC channel as well, so it should be a really fun event. Before that, of course, will be the Mahjong Matsuri at Sparrow's Nest. There's a link in the description if you would like to sign up for the Mahjong Matsuri. It's cheaper if you sign up in advance, and everybody who participates gets a copy of the book. We're going to have time for signing that and signing other things. The artist of the cover, Christine, will also be a special guest, and we're going to be wearing yukata since it's a Matsuri. So that's really exciting. I got like lots of new yukata stuff to wear because I think I bought 3 yukata this year and I only got to wear 2. So it should be really fun and exciting. We also have the gacha machine. We got the gacha capsule machine and all these gacha capsules that I've been buying all year. I just bought too many, so we're going to go ahead and give them away at this Mahjong Matsuri. There will be an East-only tournament, and I think we're going to have a Jonken, rock, paper, scissors tournament as well in it because we have so many cool prizes for everybody.
That sounds absolutely fantastic. I wish I could go.
Yeah, you're going to be at the Great Lakes tournament in Michigan, is that right?
That's right, a week away. I think they may even have one spot open if somebody in the area happens to have time next weekend. But it's going to be an absolute blast. Looking forward to winning a copy of your book as one of the prizes. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, I hope you do.
One of the last tournaments of the
And-
year for the US
Yes.
WRC cycle.
If you're in New York and you want to buy a copy of the book, you can't make it to the Mahjong Matsuri, you can also buy a copy on the Sparrow's Nest website. For all the other clubs, I offered club purchases, but since we'll be in New York, then you can just buy it directly from the website and pick it up at Sparrow's Nest when you have time. And then we'll be right back to Japan and right back to broadcasting just, I think, 2 days after I get back. And also, in the meantime, you can probably catch Corak and Nathanael on the ARML channel. Is that right?
Absolutely. We had our first, it was supposed to be our first broadcast of actual games. We had that on Monday, and then we had our first regular Wednesday session, but the game we were going to watch got canceled at the last second, so unfortunately we weren't able to watch that, but instead we got to preview our Team USA's IORMC team. So a lot of the players happened to be free that night. We played a little show match with some of the players and substitutes that were going to be in the International Online Riichi Mahjong competition this year. So it was a lot of fun.
Nice. Yeah, exhibition match.
Absolutely.
That's cool.
Yeah, every Wednesday evening, usually we've got a stream, US time at least, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're in the Europe, it's a little late. We're talking 1 in the morning for the UK. So it is pretty late, but you can always check out those VODs. And of course, speaking of VODs, we have all the Yukan Fuji Cup VODs here on this channel. If you liked anything we're doing, please hit that like/subscribe button. It really does help us out. If you want to hear more from us, we have to prove we have the audience to do it.
Definitely. I know we're getting more and more viewers, and we really appreciate you taking the time, or even just having us on in the background.
Alrighty then. As you can see, it'll be not this Thursday, but a week from Thursday on the 24th at 8 p.m. UTC on the same channel, youtube.com/@WorldRiichi. So for Jenn and Nathanael /Tateniu, this is Corak for the Yukan Fuji Cup broadcasting team, wishing everyone a good night.
Good night.
Night all.